Conference Committee reports.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce that the Senate has concurred in and adopted the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 4097, an act relating to commerce. The message is signed Thomas S. Boddard, Secretary of the Senate. Conference Committee report on Senate File 4097. The report is addressed to the Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate, Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House. We, the undersigned conferees for Senate File Number 4097, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 3 of the 5 members on the part of the Senate and 4 of the 5 members on the part of the House. Stephenson moves that the report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 4097 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the author from Anoka, Representative Stephenson, who will explain the report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We had a great conference committee on the Commerce Policy Bill that was very productive, and most of the measures that this chamber sent out were returned. Only a couple were not, related to DIDMCA and another provision as well. We did accept some provisions from the Senate, some of which I think are quite good, including one that bans vapor products that don't look like vapor products, which should help in schools, you know, when you have vapes that look like highlighters and other things that are very difficult. We also accepted a provision that makes it easier for people to cancel subscriptions that they are subscribed to on an indefinite basis, a good consumer-facing bill. So this is a good package of bills, and I urge members' support of the conference report.
Is there any discussion on the Conference Committee report? The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. While certainly progress has been made, this bill is just not up to prime time, and I would encourage members to vote no on adopting the conference report. And I would request a roll call, Madam Speaker.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion? There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Newton.
Okay. Newton, aye.
Newton, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 58 nays, the motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 4097, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Further discussion? Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. While the bill did get better, there are some clunkers in this bill that haven't changed much. Strangely, all of the insurance mandates were carried in the health bill except for one. So there is an expensive health insurance mandate in this bill that is going to be problematic. The medical debt language, now this is interesting. This is language that has sort of, quote, been agreed to, but when groups are told we're passing a bill, well, you got to agree to something, even if it is not ultimately good policy. There's just a lot of language in this bill. The language, I have to say, when we heard this bill, I was a little surprised that it made it this far, but it's going to become law. And there is a bill about aerosol dusters. Now, I don't think anybody minds regulating how these are sold, That's important. We certainly see the problems that happen with these products, but I'll tell you what, folks, these labels read like a Saturday Night Live skit. And this is what we're requiring of our manufacturers or retailers. It's sort of silly. There's just a lot of clunkers left. I will be voting no on this bill and would recommend the body do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Dakota, Representative Ryer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the good bill, Representative Chair Stephenson. I just want to say a couple things about the value of the Debt Fairness Act provisions, including the medical debt, but mostly want to give a quick acknowledgement to Representative Franzen, who's not here today or right now, but who did have some provisions that we brought into the bill, not realizing that she had written them, but I'm grateful to her for the contribution and wanted to acknowledge that and pleased that this made it into the bill.
Any further discussion? The member from Sherburne, Representative Lawrence.
Madam Speaker, this is a last-minute stand-up for me, but I was just flipping through the bill here, and after the last few days of discussion of businesses and employees and homeowners and Minnesotans, I'm reading on subdivision 8A, and I don't know if everybody knows this is in here or not, but an insurer may refuse to renew a policy of a homeowner's insurance if the insured had 3 or more covered losses, each over $10,000, resulting from lightning, wind, rain, or hail over the last 5 period immediate preceding the refusal to renew. Do we not want homeowners to be covered? And I know we've had a lot of environmental, natural disasters come through the area, but as I read this addition here, and I may be reading it wrong, you asked for the last comment, and I had a chance to address this, but why are we allowing an option for insureds that pay insurance to not be covered? And that's a rhetorical question. And maybe I'll ask the author to yield to that question, is why would we allow a company to drop an insurer that's been paying their premium on a regular basis? And I'm just asking for more clarity for myself, so thank you.
And I think I missed that. You asked him to yield.
I asked him to yield. Did I not get that in? It was my first time asking that question, so.
He will yield. Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lawrence. It's a good question. So the background for this, we've had a lot of discussions in the Commerce Committee this year about the rising cost of homeowners and car insurance in Minnesota, a nationwide phenomena that is in significant part driven by increased extreme weather events and, frankly, climate change. And so we have adopted a number of provisions in this bill that are designed to help keep the cost of premiums on homeowners insurance down, working very collaboratively with the Insurance Federation of Minnesota, which supports this language that you're talking about, and other stakeholders to find the balance between protecting consumers and making sure they can get insurance, but also keeping it affordable. Because if homeowners premiums increase too fast, obviously people are going to lose their coverage and not be able to pay for it. What we're finding in this specific instance is that while weather events are increasing across the board, there's a small subset of consumers who basically look for every opportunity to make a claim. It's one thing if you have a hailstorm that comes through and you need a roof. It's another thing if there's a strong breeze and you're looking for every opportunity to get a claim in and get some insurance recovery. So we wanted to give the insurance companies the ability to differentiate in pricing between that sort of very high maintenance policyholder and your average policyholder who really only goes for a claim if they have real damage that needs to be repaired. So you mentioned you read it as the ability to not renew coverage, but that's mostly actually about being able to differentiate in the price between someone who's had an extreme number of weather-related events over a short period of time and someone who has not. That's what that provision allows the insurance company to do, to kind of change the pricing between people who have lots and lots of claims and people who do not.
Representative Lawrence.
Madam Speaker, and then if the author would yield to one more question. At the last part of that, it says—
He will yield. Go ahead.
Thank you. It does state very clearly the refusal to renew. And maybe you could explain that a little bit more in the regards that refusal to renew in regards to not just doing a different price, but the exact cancel of policy.
Representative Stephenson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Lawrence, you are correct, and I'm sorry if I wasn't quite clear enough, that they could refuse to renew. It's that policy language allows them to do price discrimination, do different pricing. It does allow them to refuse to renew if someone has a large amount of claims, but it's that those two things are kind of bundled together in terms of what the insurance company is allowed to do under Minnesota law and the way that our insurance chapters are written.
The member from, Representative Lawrence, sorry.
Madam Speaker, I just want to say thank you. I don't know if that question was appropriate on the House floor, but it caught my attention. I didn't want the bill to pass before I'd answer, and I appreciate the response. So thank you very much, Representatives.
The member from Asante, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, Representative Lawrence, thank you for catching that. Members, what this is doing is incentivizing insurance companies to raise prices, mine have gone up enough the way it is, or to discontinue coverage. Why do we have so many claims? Because we have fly-by-night businesses going around telling people that they need a new roof or siding. I'm going to give you an example. About 20 years ago, we had a tornado go through the town I was living in. A lot of large hail. And we had a company come into town, checking roofs, having people sign contracts for new roofs, and in the fine print was a clause: if they didn't use their bid or their estimate or their price, they would get 25% of the settlement. And they were the first one there to get these people to sign it. Then what happened, at the time I was a deputy sheriff, and they came to check my house when I wasn't home. I saw a note on the door telling people that there's damage to my roof, but it takes a trained person to find it. So the next day I called them up and had them come out and show me the damage. A couple days later they showed up. I parked my squad car in the garage this time, left my pickup outside. The guy came out, brought his ladder, went up on top of my roof, and showing these spots where the hail damage was, and that I could get a brand new roof at no cost to me. They'd even take care of the deductible. He finished his form, filled it all out, and wanted me to sign it. But before I signed it, I told him, I want you to sign it and mark on there that this is true and accurate. He didn't want to do that. I told him, before I sign, you have to sign. And after you sign that, I'm going to throw your ass in, throw your body in the back of my squad car and haul you to jail for insurance fraud. He didn't know that when that tornado came through and all the hail came through, there was not one single shingle on my roof. There was the asphalt paper. I was in the process of re-roofing my house. That's where we need to go after those people and not allow the insurance companies to cancel people just because we happen to have a few storms where damage is done. With that, vote no on this.
Representative Stephenson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be very brief. I did just want to let Representative Johnson know that he'll be very pleased because there's provisions in the bill relating directly to the scenarios he's talking about. We actually passed language last year that goes after storm chasing contractors and price gouging. It's been effective, and actually the insurance industry has been really pleased. And so this bill expands that to water reclamation and other services, that price gouging language that we passed last year that's working really well. We also passed expansion of the anti-rebating provisions, which is exactly the scenario you're talking about when they said, we'll take care of your deductible. That's illegal, as you note, but we expanded that and went further. So you'll be very pleased to know that the situation you were just talking about is actually directly addressed in multiple provisions in the bill. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd ask for a yes vote.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, I.
Carroll, I. Newton.
Newton, I.
Newton, I.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 58 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference and its title agreed to. Conference Committee reports on House files.
Conference can report on House File number 2609, an act relating to public safety, requiring a report on gun trafficking investigations and firearm seizures. The report is addressed to the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File number 2609, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 2 of the 3 members on the part of the House and 3 of the 3 members on the part of the Senate. Berg moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File number 2609 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the author, the member from Dakota, Representative Berg, who will explain the report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we have just a couple of changes to this bill coming back from Conference Committee. The language on the binary trigger has been changed a little bit to more in line with the chiefs. So we worked on that language and they support that. In addition, we have now added the affirmative defense to the bill, which is just to say that if the person who has been the transferee of a firearm to a prohibited person has done so under duress due to domestic violence, that can be taken into consideration for sentencing. So that's the bill, and I recommend its adoption.
Discussion to the Conference Committee report. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Berg, for letting me be on the Conference Committee, and Chair Moeller. I appreciate the opportunity to represent the House. Unfortunately, I think I didn't confer with the report. In part is because some of the things didn't come back better. And I think we agreed on some things that made this bill a little bit weaker. I'm going to ask my members to vote no, and I'll have some other further comments. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Berg motion to adopt? I recognize Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that we refuse to accept the thing and ask for a roll call. The thing. I'm refusing the report and ask for a roll call.
Representative Novotny moves that the House refuse to adopt the report of the Conference Committee, House File 2609. A roll call has been requested. 15 hands. There will be a roll call. Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the sake of my blood pressure, I can't go through the whole speech that I gave on this last time, but as this bill comes back, Representative Whitty is right. It comes back weaker and worse than it left here, and I can't believe I'm saying that that was even possible. With all due respect, Representative Berg, the affirmative defense that has been added to this, and if you actually read it, is the biggest bunch of legalese, mumbo-jumbo, and neuters the point of the bill. It neuters the point of the bill. Why are we here? Now, you have still remaining, and it was probably there from when it first came down, when 2609 was first passed last year, or first dropped as a bill last year. It had the title Straw Buyer, Trigger Activators, and gun trafficking reporting. Now, when we're all said and done, how much of this bill was even in the bill that you dropped to start with? It's been gutted, it's been totally replaced, and when we're all said and done, there's nothing there. It's a nothing burger when it comes to actually doing what we hoped to do when we passed Representative Scott's bill off the floor last session, which was address straw buyers. Now, this does address straw buyers, but then we throw in a half page of legalese mumbo jumbo. And if I didn't know better, wait, I do know better. It was written by a defense attorney that totally takes the whole meaning away. How many times have we talked about other bills in public safety and on the floor here where we talk about duress and we wanted to do duress as a thing, and we were told in the bills where we want to bring it up that we don't need to address duress because duress is assumed and we don't need to put duress language in because that should be assumed. But on your bills, you put duress in because that's important and we want to have an affirmative defense. I figured it out. We don't want to have an affirmative defense when it's a good guy that's a victim, but when it's a bad guy, we want to give them an affirmative defense. Sometimes I just have to talk stuff out so I can hear me say it loud and figure out where the point is. And when we're all said and done, we've got what it's really about. And it just continues to get more convoluted and more to the point. And as I said before, this is the bill that shows what's wrong and how things can get so twisted to what you on the other side want it to be. And maybe it's the same way when the other side's in the majority. I don't know, I wasn't here for that. But how you can take something that was really well-meaning and that we all agreed on, and when it's all said and done, has absolutely nothing to do with its originally stated purpose and why we were here. Representative Scott's bill that this got hijacked to and then watered down, language changed, legalese added to, is what's wrong with our processes here. And when it's all said and done, thank God the feds have federal charges, and that's getting done. We can address the trigger issues. We don't address the takings. We don't address what people are supposed to do if they have one of these triggers that you don't even name. You give a description, and I still think that's not accurate and puts a lot of things in jeopardy. It doesn't address somebody that travels through. It doesn't address what happens. How is law enforcement supposed to deal with this? Do they take the whole gun? Do they take the trigger? There's nothing that's addressed. We can't address the stuff that'll really make a difference, but we can give a defense attorney step-by-step instructions on how they can avoid their subjects from getting charged. The one case that we cited when this first started gives step-by-step instructions on how that person that was involved, that provided those guns, could get out of those charges. Members, this is wrong. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
I recognize the member from ICNT, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, I rise in support of refusing this conference committee report. Send it back. This bill was, 2 of the 3 provisions were good when it left this body a week or so ago. Right now, it's such a watered-down version, it's not even worth being on our desk. They took an amendment, the Whitty amendment, that passed this body 113 to 19, and they jettisoned it. An amendment that supported our law enforcement. In fact, it hasn't even been mentioned in this body today that this week is National Law Enforcement Memorial Week, where we honored those that gave the ultimate sacrifice. We had the service yesterday down at the Law Enforcement Memorial. That amendment increased the penalties for those who use firearms illegally, shooting at law enforcement officers. But that was gone. Absolutely ridiculous. Also throwing in the affirmative defense. Not that it's been reported, not that there's actually documentation, but just an accusation that's made after they get in trouble. Absolutely ridiculous. Do those things happen? Yes. It's unfortunate. We should never allow domestic abuse to happen. But if they're going to buy firearms for them, they better report it. So we can take care of that issue before it gets really out of hand, before they buy that firearm. But now all they have to say is after they get arrested for buying that AR for their gang member boyfriend, is, he has a fear of domestic abuse. And they have a defense. Whether it happened or not, we don't know, because there's no documentation, no investigation, no proof. We don't have a firearm problem. We have a person problem. Even Attorney General Lugar said that. We don't have a firearm problem, we have a person problem. We got to deal with the person. Deal with the person that's forcing somebody or asking somebody to buy a firearm for them. Dealing with the person that buys the firearm for somebody that's prohibited from them. This doesn't do it. Send this back, get it done right, or don't waste our time.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, once again, disappointed with the outcome of the conference committee on this bill. This affirmative defense piece, this bill was out there long enough that for any folks in the domestic violence community or whatever could have come forward with this. But instead, this pops up in conference committee. And in the Burnsville situation, the shooter is dead. There's no way to question him as to whether he was a domestic abuser. There's no other person in this particular situation, and I don't know if she was abused or not. In dealing with this bill, that's beside the point, but a person could just make something up out of whole cloth and have an affirmative defense and never be held accountable. And that's not okay. The fact finder may consider any evidence of past acts. There may not be any, but it just watered down the bill completely. And so, U.S. Attorney Andy Lugar, I hope you're listening. We're going to need you some more. because this bill is not going to cut it and make sure that the bad people are put away. It's indefensible that this is put in. So I encourage a yes vote on the refuse to adopt motion.
I recognize the member from Lyon, Representative Swazinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I think we had a great opportunity to actually go after criminals in this bill. And this bill comes back with this plausible defense and the rest to make it lighter on crime, but no relief when it comes to actual gun owners in this bill. The binary language is still in it, turning criminals, law-abiding people into criminals, to felons here in Minnesota. An absolute taking. We saw that in the last bill. We saw it in the language for $1 million to go after figure out the water issues when it comes to buffers. That's going to be a taking. Now we see it with the triggers. That's a legal item to buy. You didn't have to have you don't have a special permit. It's a legal item to buy. And this legislature is about to ban and turn felons into folks who legally purchased an item and own it with no real reason. What are you supposed to do with it? Throw it in a lake? Turn it over to the sheriff? Safe storage? Put it in a safe? What are we going to do when the cops come and they realize maybe you have a binary trigger? You're going to turn someone into a felon overnight. And the debate that this House body conducted when this bill first moved off the floor, not blaming the criminal, not blaming the shooter, blaming a piece of aluminum of why police officers passed away, not blaming the man that did it. We can do better as a legislature. We can stand up for constitutional rights. We can stand up for property owners, but we choose not to. We can put people in jail that belong in jail, but instead we make it easier for them to get out of serving the time they deserve, make it easier on prosecutors to not actually go after criminals and plead down. Case after case that folks should be sitting in jail, pled down when there was a gun involved in the crime. The policies of this legislature do not force judges to put people in jail that deserve to be there. Instead, let's make felons out of moms and dads who happen to have a trigger that we don't like. Turn them into felons, and we'll guarantee they'll go to jail. But folks that are actually doing crime, the folks that are actually robbing people, stealing cars, we say, well, maybe you didn't get enough hugs. We can do better, legislature. Support the Novotny motion.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Berg yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Berg, I saw that there was an amendment that was stripped out of this conference committee, an amendment that would increase the penalty on a straw buyer to a 10-year sentence and or a $40,000 fine if the firearm that they got their hands on was used to assault a police officer or a first responder in general. Can you tell me why the conference committee did not adopt that provision?
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Engen. There was a vote in the conference committee on the Whitty amendment. Chair Mueller and I voted in favor of his amendment. The senators did not.
Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and will Representative Berg continue to yield?
She will yield. Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Why wouldn't they go along with that? Any idea, or was that purely partisan?
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Engen. No, I cannot.
Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would have fought for that tooth and nail. Tooth and nail. We know what happened on February 18th. How can we just flop on that? No backbone. Not standing up for the officers who are getting shot at. It's despicable, it's disgusting, it's sad to witness, and more should have been done to make sure that that was put in. Thank you, Representative Whitty, for that amendment. And it's a sad day that the Senate decided to do that, and we couldn't have done more to say, no, we're not going to allow this to happen. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Clearwater, Representative Grossell.
Madam Speaker, members, this is just a prime example of what comes when you don't take the advice and counsel from your colleagues on the other side of the aisle. The statute was good as it was, could have been made better. Representative Scott's piece of legislature would have done just that. And had you not put that piece of garbage of the binary trigger in this piece of legislation, this would have been supported across the board. That whole board would have lit up green. But you didn't want to listen. And I hope you're listening now. This, the way it is right now, the way it came back from conference committee, be a perfect bookend for that piece of legislation floating around out there to eliminate mandatory minimums for felons in possession. Beautiful bookends. Another fine piece of work, folks. Thank you for caring. Thank you for caring about those people, those fine public servants who gave their lives trying to help the public. Thank you for caring about them. Good job.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Bliss.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do want to thank Rep. Berg for allowing Representative Whitty on the conference committee. That's about where the praise ends, I think. I'm sorry. You know, if the bill would have been the straw purchaser alone, I think you would have, it's been said many times, we could have lit that board up. And that's where the issue is. The binary trigger, I don't know where that came from. I don't understand why it was included on this bill. As far as the reading and the research I've done and the people I've talked to, the experts, it's unconstitutional. It's an illegal takings. It's unenforceable. The law enforcement that I've talked to don't know how they're going to enforce something like that. So again, to take something that we could have all supported and add a highly controversial and frankly, I don't know who was pushing for it, to add that to a bill and then we neuter the whole straw buyer purchase. I don't understand that. You know, I was thinking when I saw that this bill was introduced, I was kind of excited. Hey, I'm going to be able to support a bill this year. And I've supported a couple, but this one, anytime you're dealing with guns, it's usually a hot button for me. And I was excited to support this one for you. I really was, until the details came out. And I guess I don't know why the DFL party finds it so incredibly important to protect criminals. There's a part of my brain that just doesn't comprehend that. I just don't understand it. So maybe one of these days I can sit down with somebody over there and maybe try to unlock that little nook corner in this old crater up here. But I don't understand it. And thank you for telling, or for this motion to not adopt and send it back. You know, again, another law that's unenforceable, unconstitutional. We could have supported a straw buyer purchase and then you eviscerate it. I don't understand it. Please send it back. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Becker-Finn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A couple minutes ago, I thought about popping up and calling a point of order, but I thought it was actually more important to slow us down for a second. You can do this job without being mean. You can actually be really good at this job without being mean about it. And I think to state on this floor that Representative Berg doesn't care about her constituents or that she didn't fight hard enough for them, I think is just unnecessary. There are things I don't like about this bill. I wish the affirmative defense wasn't in there. We worked on trying to not make sure it was in there, but the reality is that there are two bodies in this legislature and the Senate gonna Senate. And we just heard them say that they voted in support of the Witte amendment in conference committee, and the Senate didn't want to do it. So let's just be really clear about who we're mad at when it comes to the things in this bill that we don't like. And it is completely unnecessary to even hint at the idea that Representative Berg doesn't care about the people who were killed and about why this bill came forward. It just isn't necessary. We can all at least admit, and I think we can be on the same page that what happened was terrible. And if it happened to any one of your communities, I would never insinuate that you didn't care and that you didn't fight for it. I wouldn't. It's just not necessary for us to do this job this way. We're all better than that. You can do better than that. Thank you, Representative Berg, for fighting for your constituents and for bringing this bill forward. And let's just remember why we're all here.
Members, just a reminder that we are on the Novotny motion for the House to refuse to adopt the report of the conference committee. I recognize the member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, this is a wise motion to send it back for two reasons. Number one, we have to negotiate and work with in regards with the penalty of a firearm used to assault a public officer. And fortunately, I give my colleague, Representative Witte, a bad time, but fortunately I have been protected in very dangerous situations as an EMS. I have. It's just, I don't understand the why we don't want to protect those who are out there to protect us in our time of need. When someone dials 911 and you need their help, your loved one, your children, grandchildren, and then someone does that type of an act against a police officer, an EMT, a paramedic, a fire person, that's bad. We need to go after them. We need to say, these individuals, it doesn't matter if they're volunteers or paid, all of them are running to danger. That is what public officers do, fire, EMS, and also police. We run to danger. We do that to serve. So I like the motion to go back for that. That's the main reason, not just because I have been in those situations. And there was one situation that I was not very wise on, and I entered into a home. I did not realize that my colleagues in blue were on the other side of the home, outside with the gun drawn, and I went in the back door and I let them know that the person didn't have a gun. I did not know. That was before we had armor radios and we could communicate. And I'm very pleased because that would have been a very dangerous situation. But again, I've been on situations that are dangerous. And if these people are not held accountable, what are we going to do? Second thing is like another representative said on the floor, this doesn't do anything to go after the criminals, in my opinion. It hurts the binary trigger hurts law-abiding citizens. There's not going to be a person out there right now, if this gets signed into law, say, oops, we've been breaking the law, let's turn in our guns. It won't happen that way. It's us, Second Amendment supporters who are law-abiding that's going to be penalized this. So this is smart to go back. Let's work on those two provisions. I think we can come up with that agreement. And Representative Berg, I appreciate you supporting not stripping that out when you did. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I would ask to vote green on this refusal. Thank you, members.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn is right. The Senate will Senate, and it sounded a little bit like she might want it to go back. I'm not putting words in her mouth, but I will ask the author if she would yield to a question, Madam Speaker.
She will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Berg, was the affirmative defense part of the bill ever given a hearing in either chamber?
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Nash. It was in the Senate, yes.
Representative Nash.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. So it was not heard here, so it was not in our public safety. Our members didn't get to hear it. Your members didn't get to hear it. Again, it was just the number of people that were on the conference committee. And I do appreciate that you might have pushed against that because it's just bad. It's a bad piece of language, and I wish that it wasn't here. One of the other things that's really quite troubling is the whole takings clause. And it's not enforceable, and if it was going to be it's very, very expensive. But I want to talk about, I want to use the word bastardization, so I will. The bastardization of the intent of Representative Scott's effort. We didn't have to add the binary trigger. We didn't have to do anything. The best thing that was about her bill was that we were dealing with the actual problem of straw purchasers. And I have beaten the example of the gas and sip to death, but the best thing about a dead horse is you can just continue to beat it and it doesn't know. Thank you for that. This is one of the biggest problems that we face, is the straw purchase of guns. And this is what happened in the example that we had happen in your community. That's a tragedy. And for all of us that were at that funeral, there was not a dry eye in the place. Let's deal with the straw purchase. Let's not add stuff that we don't even really need to put into the bill. Let's deal with the people who are doing the straw purchasers. Let's deal with people who knowingly, willingly, and volitionally make a purchase to give to their boyfriend or whomever who winds up killing a bunch of first responders. Let's do that, and that alone. That would have been a full green board, but instead we went a different route. And I, for the life of me, don't know why. We could have sent a message to the families and the community of law enforcement officials and the first responders, and we could have said, here is an answer that we have. We are upping the penalties. We are trying to make it harder to do a straw purchase, but we didn't. An ancillary piece of language was thrown in, and then it goes to conference, and then it gets worse. And now we're here, and you want us to vote this forward? This is an opportunity. If you truly believe that the straw purchase was the problem, we can vote no. We got a couple of days left. You can go back to conference. You can say, you know what? I agree with my housemates that this is a bad thing. Let's just have a clean straw purchase bill, up the penalties, and walk away. I can't think of a single one of my Republican colleagues that would not vote to make straw purchase, which is illegal, more illegal, increase the penalties, and say to the people out there who are doing these things that wind up killing our first responders, we are taking a strong stance on this. And you know what? I don't think that any one of your members would either. Everybody would vote green. But we've got this stuff in here that's illegal and unconstitutional, and now the affirmative defense, and I do appreciate that Chair Becker-Finn said that she finds that an objectionable piece of language as well. This is a perfect example to say to the Senate, you know what, we respect you, we like your powdered wigs, love the wigs, you'll hold up the flashcard so that they can understand the message. Send it back. You've got time. You know, for those that have never done this before, everybody comes into Friday and you think, wow, we're running out of time. No, you're not. There's plenty of time. Plenty of time left to go back and make this less of a turd. Let's make it a clean straw purchase bill that says to the people who, again, willingly buy something, and if you read those text messages and you read the conversation that went back and forth, it was well known. It was truly a straw purchase for a person who had horrible intent. Let's deal with that crime. Let's deal with that. Let's say no, and we're going to increase the penalties on that. But instead, we have this thing that is garbage. So I would vote to uphold and support the Novotny amendment to refuse to adopt.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I also rise in support of the Novotny amendment. You know, the last time this body gave an affirmative defense, we gave it last year to DHS. We gave it to them so that they could ignore the legality of a 48-hour hold for civil commits. That was a really bad idea. And as you can tell, we're having problems with the affirmative defense language that was added in this one as well. And Madam Speaker, would the author yield to a question?
She will yield. Representative Nadeau.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Berg, can you tell me how often, or is it frequent? I mean, I don't need you to give me the exact number, but is it common for affirmative defenses to be listed in statute for domestic abuse cases, for example?
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. Representative Nadeau, no.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's what I thought. Would the author yield for one more question?
She will yield. Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In line number 4.3 of the bill, can you tell me what the standard of proof in Minnesota is for clear and convincing evidence?
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the other question, Representative Nadeau. I am going to have Chair Moeller expand on that as the expert and prosecutor.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to have Chair Moeller answer that question if she would yield.
She will yield. Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. So clear and convincing evidence is a higher standard than preponderance of the evidence and a lower standard than the beyond a reasonable proof standard that's in a criminal case.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I could ask one more question of Representative Mueller,
She will yield. She will yield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Mueller, how is the standard of proof and clear and convincing evidence, is that utilized significantly in domestic abuse cases?
Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure in what context you're talking about. I will say that most affirmative defenses are just a preponderance of the evidence standard, and that was the language in the original affirmative defense that they passed. So I was glad to see that this at least ratcheted it up to the clear and convincing standard, which is, again, a higher standard than most other affirmative defenses.
Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Mueller. The offering affirmative defense, and especially in this case, I mean, I'm not gonna rehash what everyone has said on this side, but we do have an answer, and thank you, you know, Representative Becker-Finn. You're right. I'm mad. I'm not mad at Representative Berg, and I'm not mad at Representative Mueller. I'm mad at the Senate. And I think this is a place where we don't have to cede our power and our position to the Senate. We all think this is a bad idea. And so the answer to that bad idea is to refuse to adopt this report. And we can light this thing up green and send this back and say, I'm sorry, Senate. You know what, you're wrong on this one. You're wrong. And they are wrong, and they know they're wrong, and I don't know what in the world they're thinking about trying to provide an affirmative defense for something like this. It's bad. But members, let's support, truly, let's support our 3 conference committee appointees to this bill. Let's support them, and let's all vote green on refusing to adopt this report and send it back. And if it doesn't come back, you know what? It's no worse for wear. So let's support our conference committee's attendees and vote green on this refusal to adopt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Novotny motion to send it back. We've covered the ground. I was going to say a lot of the things Representative Nadeau said. But members, why are we letting the Senate run over us? The chair of the House Judiciary Committee, the chair of the House Public Safety Committee, the author of the bill, all don't like this language. So let's send it back. We should not let the Senate steamroll us on this. There's time to fix this. And we absolutely should stand up for the House position. It was 113 to 19. It is a House position, not a partisan position. Please join us in sending this back to the Senate. That will get their attention, and that will make them take this seriously. Please vote green.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last week was Police Week in Minnesota. Last Wednesday, May 15th, was the Police Officers Memorial Day, right down the steps here at the memorial. There were several from our side of the aisle that went. Representative Ingen was one there, felt the emotion of it. But there was also Representative Berg, Representative Moeller, and a few on your side of the aisle. And it affected us all. And for me, I went up to the families of the fallen officers who I've gotten to know through when I worked at the Twins game, but my fellow officers, and they hear the names. And it's always been powerful for me, but this was even more powerful. And to have a group of people around, but we all went up and we put roses in a memorial that's a tradition. And both sides of the aisles did it. And I knew it affected you. And so through all of this, I think the week's emotions, we never even got to do our House resolution. If you all remember, we ended kind of abruptly. So I think there's a lot of emotions going on. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the things on the conference committee for me. The removal of the increased penalty for assault on a law enforcement officer, I brought that up here. It was ruled out of order, but we still passed it with, I think, 19. I think it was 113 out of 19. And I'm also disappointed that we couldn't support it for our first responders in this bill. But when I offered that amendment to increase the penalty on straw buyers in the firearm was used to assault a public safety officer, it passed overwhelmingly, like I said, 113 to 19 before the amendment was eventually attached, was voted down. But this is the other amazing part. The Senate adopted the amendment 50 to 15, and it was included in the bill that passed off the Senate floor. And yet, when I showed up, the delete all was presented. The increased penalty for assaulting a police officer was not included. And I thought that was the one area we had support on both sides. So I think you were bringing a point up, and so I never got to bring the amendment up in the conference committee. But it took a horrific tragedy in Burnsville for all of us to finally increase the penalty on a straw buyer. Representative Scott has had this bill out there for 5 years. It took urgency. And the good thing is Representative Berg took her hand and we moved this bill forward. And yet, we couldn't bother to support the 3 first responders who were killed that terrible morning in February. And I think that was the most difficult part for me, because we did have support there. And support for law enforcement. The other part for me is, in the conference committee, I did a delete trigger activator section. And as you've heard all in here, there's been a lot of questions, concerns raised about the expanded definition of the trigger activator contained in this bill. I know Representative Berg was working with law enforcement, police chiefs, BCA to really try to figure it out. We had a different language, but so did the Senate. And that's what the Senate finally came to. But the one thing I did hear from law enforcement, they wanted these 2 bills separated. They wanted a clean straw buyer bill, and they wanted a trigger activator. So that's why I tried to pull that part out. The Senate tried to further clarify the definition. Those concerns included if the trigger activator language would make certain firearms illegal, and how would law enforcement enforce it. I know that was a big question for our police chiefs. In addition, if certain firearms would become illegal under this definition, it could violate the takings clause of the 5th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. Given the issues with the trigger activator language in the bill and the strong likelihood it would be litigated, I believe the best path would be to take the trigger activator section out of the bill. And then the one piece that both Chair Mueller and Representative Berg and I both support on my amendment to delete the affirmative defense subdivision that the Senate put in. And it was never heard over in the House, and I think it did water down a good straw buyer bill and took some things away. The Senate version of the bill contains language in the straw buyer section that creates an affirmative defense for the straw buyer. The language says that a straw buyer who is a family or a household member of the transferee, the person can claim domestic violence. The family or household member is broadly defined, and it includes spouses, former spouses, parents, children, blood relatives, anyone who has ever lived in the same home, people with child together, people in a significant relationship. In addition, the language beginning doesn't even acquire any past evidence of domestic abuse. So someone who is arrested for being a straw buyer can simply claim domestic abuse. The girlfriend of the murderer who killed the first responders in Burnsville in February could use this as a defense and get off on the straw buyer charge. Not only would this have effected of nullifying the increased penalty on the straw buyer, but it was also an effect to repeal the existing gross misdemeanor penalty. I bring this up all in fairness because they did stand with me on the affirmative action, and I think that's the part that we should be bringing back. So I will be supporting the Novotny amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This is sort of an unfortunate, well, much like the rest of our conference reports, this is an unfortunate conference report that's come back to us. This one, though, I think is particularly problematic because I think a lot of folks in our chamber were hoping that this was going to come back better because we actually really wanted to vote for this one. We think it's important, particularly the increased penalties on straw buyers. But the fact that this bill came back with language that basically nullifies those increased penalties, I don't know why anybody would vote for this bill at this point. At this point, the only thing this bill does, this isn't just gun control now. This is gun control that actually violates the takings clause of the Constitution. This isn't just controlling how we store our firearms or other things. This actually says we can't even have them Firearms that are already in possession of tens of thousands of law-abiding Minnesota gun owners. There is no longer increased penalties for straw buyers. And it's the most egregious gun control we've seen come through this chamber. And that's saying something. I don't know why anyone would vote for this. And I do appreciate my Democrat colleagues saying that you actually don't like this language. But if you don't like the language, why did you sign the conference report? Because now your language doesn't do anything. This affirmative defense language literally nullifies the whole concept. There is literally no point to this. The exclusive point of this bill now is just gun control. And I suppose, I get it, you're fine with that too, typically. But that's all it does. And it's not just any gun control. It's gun control that makes firearms that are currently owned by Minnesotans illegal. And I didn't see a fiscal note with this. I didn't see a fiscal note to offer compensation for these firearms. Maybe I missed it. I don't think I did. I don't think I missed a fiscal note. So now all we're doing is violating the takings clause of the Constitution and not actually doing anything that we set out to do. This bill is now worse. When this left the House floor, we kind of thought, well, that's unfortunate. We wanted to vote for it because we want to support these increased penalties. But this trigger activator language is problematic. That's going to apply to far more broadly than I think, or than I hope was intended. And now that's the only thing we have. It's the only thing we have. So I appreciate the honesty from our Democrat colleagues saying that they don't love this language. But then that should make this vote here really easy, to vote yes and send it back. Let's not bother with something that actually doesn't do what we want to do. Because I believe that you want to increase penalty on straw purchases. I believe that that is your goal, that that is what you want to do. And I appreciate that. But then, so why would we pass something that doesn't do that? Why would we pass language that doesn't actually accomplish that goal? It just doesn't make sense. At this point, are we just passing something for the sake of passing something? To say, ooh, hey, we passed another bill. Somebody gets to have their name on a piece of legislation that they can use on a campaign lit piece. Why would we do something with no meaning? Because this now has no meaning. In fact, it's worse than that. It doesn't just have no meaning. The only thing it does, it doesn't even violate the Second Amendment. It violates the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. The least you could do is go come up with some cash for an appropriation to at least compensate gun owners for the firearms that you are making illegal. It's the least you can do is come up with an appropriation. There's plenty of money laying around, $730 million laying around across the street. There's plenty of money laying around that hasn't been spent even. The least you could do is come up with some money to compensate gun owners. But you don't even do that. This is worse than nothing at this point. It's not what you want. It's certainly not what we want. And if no one in the chamber actually wants this language, why would a single member vote for it? It just doesn't make sense. I don't understand why we would pass legislation for the sake of passing legislation. If you want to be a good, productive legislator, then understand that there are times when you take losses, actually. There are times where you actually can't come to a reasonable negotiation, and you got to try again next year. And it stinks. It sucks. It is painful. We spend weeks, months, years pouring our hearts into legislation. Representative Scott started carrying this 5 years ago. We spend a lot of time pouring our hearts into legislation, and it really sucks to get to the end and realize we're not going to get there. We're not going to get there this year. But don't waste your time, don't waste our time passing something that isn't what you actually want to do. Because presumably, I hope, given what we saw this year in Burnsville, my assumption is that we really do care about the issue of straw purchasers. We really do care about that. And so if we really do care about that, let's not compromise on that. Let's get it done. Let's do it in a way that actually accomplishes what we want to do. Don't compromise away the very heart of your own bill. It just doesn't make sense. You have more power than that. You have more power than that. You have control over your piece of legislation. And we can be flippant and say the Senate's going to Senate. But you know what? The House is going to House. I would never serve over in that chamber. I would rather do virtually anything else on the planet than serve in that chamber. I like that we're a little scrappy over here. I like that we work hard to get done what we believe in. That's a good thing. I like that I can go and talk to the vast majority of members on this side of the chamber, and you will talk to me and you will have a conversation with me. And you might not agree, and we might not come to consensus, but we can have a good conversation. I like that about this body. We're scrappy, we fight. It's like a family. So don't give that up. Don't give up the power that you have to do the right thing. And if that means we send this back to conference and they say no dice, then you say, okay, we'll bring it back next year and we'll get this done. And we'll get it done right. And we'll get it done right because that's what we promised our communities. That's what we promised our communities. That we were going to take this issue seriously. That we were going to hold straw purchasers accountable. That's what we told our communities. And this just doesn't fit the bill at this point. So let's do what literally every member of this chamber agrees on. Let's refuse to adopt this. And let's send it back to conference. And let's get it done right. And let's tell the Senate, sorry, you're actually not the boss of us over here. You actually don't control what we do in this chamber. We're going to do the right thing, even if you don't want to do that. Let's do it. Let's send this back and let's get it done right.
Members, we have a couple more members on the list to speak. I would like just to remind this body that we are on the motion to refuse to adopt, and just because we say those words at the end doesn't mean that the information being provided actually is regarding that particular motion. I also want to remind us that Mason's Manual, Section 24, Paragraphs 3 states that you cannot question the motives, and stating that the Democrats are passing legislations just to pass it or to have something to put on their lid is assuming motives, and so I would ask for refrain from that. We do have two other people. I recognize the member from Dakota.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
You state your point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Point of order. Mason's 124.3 regarding personalities. The nature or consequences of a proposal may be condemned in the strongest terms. The nature and consequences of a proposal.
Representative Brindley, you can state that in the strongest terms, but you cannot state that somebody's motive is to put it on their lid. That is assuming motives. I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am going to ask to remind the body, what order of business are we on?
Representative Koznick, I just reminded the body that you're on the Novotny refusal to adopt the report of conference committee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's what I thought. I know it kind of sounded like we had some third reading speeches, but that is the motion in front of this body right now. It's just simply a motion to refuse to adopt. And I see Representative Becker-Finn is not on the floor right now, but I think I understood, and a different member asked if I understood her comments correctly, that she had preferred, and I think maybe even Representative Berg insinuated that they preferred that the affirmative defense language not be included in this bill, and maybe if you can nod, and I won't ask you to yield, but I think that was kind of the preference of the House, if I understand your comments previously, and is that maybe true? I don't see a nod. Well, I think you can go back on the tape, and I think that was the comments. And so we're just discussing the motion not to adopt the conference committee report. And I think we should refuse to adopt it, and let's fight with you. And I know it was called out, Mason's 124.3. Ironically, I also had read that and had it prepared. That is, we are not, and should not, as Representative Becker-Finn mentioned, we should not impugn your motives or your personality on working on the conference committee. Thank you for bringing the bill forward, in fact, with the straw buyer and increasing the purchases, but we can talk about where the bill has ended up on third reading. But what we can do now is correct and actually refuse to confer. We will fight with you and make the bill better and stronger and serve the intended purpose. And so we're not questioning your motives, but we want to fight with you. I think we can refuse to adopt. I think there's consensus in this chamber to take out that affirmative defense language that weakens the bill. And so members, we'll get into third reading later, but Representative Berg, Representative Moeller, Representative Whitty, this body will stand with you. Let's refuse to adopt. We've got plenty of time, and hold the House position. We are 134 members strong. I know you want to do what's right for Minnesota and what's right for your community. We will stand with you. We will fight with you. And a motion to not adopt is the business before us. And if we can do that, we'll send you back, stand behind you. We'll talk to our senators and get some support for you and get that language taken out and make it a better bill. So members, I would support the Novotny amendment, vote green to refuse to adopt, and we can make this bill better and something that we can all be very proud of.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to pass a bill that has been so eviscerated as to be ineffective is worse than not passing a bill. It delays actually addressing a needed issue. Doing something so we can say we did it doesn't fix the problem, and we don't want to have it wait for another tragedy. So the reason to refuse to adopt is so that we can actually get an effective bill that will address the issue that the recent tragedy brought forth. So please vote green to refuse to adopt.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Moeller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to say thank you to Representative Berg for your leadership on this bill, and also to Representative Whitty. You and I have had a number of really good and meaningful conversations about this, about the fallen heroes. Appreciated you and Representative Novotny when we went to that service. So thank you for that. I am going to recommend a no vote on the refusal to adopt. And while we have made clear that those of us on the conference committee dislike the affirmative defense, I will say that the language still, it is not just a given when a defendant wants to use this language. It still has to be proven. There is a specific relationship that also has to be established, and a reasonable apprehension that has to be established. The other reason why I'm going to vote no is because the binary trigger language. And the straw purchaser language in the bill, even with the affirmative defense, is strong. And we can't forget that the straw purchase was in the Burnsville case, a binary trigger. And so when we read the indictment, not only did we learn about the straw purchase, we learned about the binary trigger. I think many of us were surprised to even hear about that, because several of us had done work last year on switches, those devices that you can attach to a gun that make it rapid fire like a fully automatic. And we increased the penalties on that last year. There was good bipartisan support for that last year. And so we were all wondering why this binary trigger even existed in light of those, the law that it currently read regarding guns, devices that turn a gun into a fully automatic gun. So, you know, we read the indictment. That straw purchase was of a gun with a binary trigger. We also learned about an officer in Fargo who was shot with a gun that had a binary trigger, and it was described at that time that the officers had no time to react when that binary trigger was attached to the gun. And so that is why this bill is not only important, but why we need to refuse to adopt, because it's clear today, while we may all dislike the affirmative defense, the binary trigger piece is crucial to this bill, and it's clear from what we've heard you say that you will not support that. So for all of those reasons, I'm going to recommend a no vote.
Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Becker-Finn, so you're coming back on the floor. Thank you. I just want to point out that it occurs to me now that this is going to be 3 times I'm going to agree with you in the last month, twice today. We do need to be nice to each other and or kind. And I think if I have not been kind to anyone, I apologize sincerely. And I also agree that this can happen anywhere. And you know, you talk about the trigger. Last fall, when we were at the training conference for Native American rights, if you might remember, there was an incident just in Benton County, and I didn't bring this up before because I didn't think I'd get through it, but there was 5 officers shot there. 2 were my former partners, and it had just a standard trigger. You know, thankfully, none of them were killed, and just by coincidence, my wife and I had breakfast with one of those officers just yesterday morning, and I will tell you, he's got a scar running from his wrist up past his elbow, and he's got a scar that's at least 1 inch wide. Through a lot of physical therapy, he's been able to get use of his hand back. So you're right, it can happen anywhere, and this had nothing to do with the trigger. It had to do with a bad guy that made a decision to do something that he wasn't supposed to do. Representative Moeller, You don't need a permit to purchase to buy the binary trigger. So you wouldn't, the straw purchase law wouldn't affect that. That wasn't a part of this. Maybe the firearm overall might have been involved, but the binary trigger is not. And I will also just say, if you guys are introverts, never stand up for a motion that'll be in your name, so you get your name said a whole bunch of times on the floor, because it's very, makes me, yeah. So with that, I once again move that the Novotny amendment be a green vote, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the motion to refuse to adopt. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Newton.
Newton, no.
Newton, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. We are on the motion to adopt the conference committee report. Discussion. The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, I cannot support this the way this is written. We do need to not concur and not adopt this report. What does it do? It actually reduces the penalty for straw purchases. With that affirmative defense, instead of a felony, changing it from a gross misdemeanor, they don't get a gross misdemeanor. There is no penalty. You don't need documentation to be if the domestic abuse victim doesn't ever need to be reported. It's just an accusation. All you have to do is accuse, and you no longer any consequences for buying a firearm to a person that is ineligible. Never thought I'd see, well, I guess I'm not surprised I saw that. Should have seen that coming. Then we also have the issue on the binary trigger. Whether you're in favor of them or not, it doesn't matter because this is unconstitutional. The Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution says, let's get the right spot here. Nor be deprived life, liberty, or property without due process. Nor shall a private property be taken for public use without compensation. And that falls in lines with the 1922 case of Pennsylvania Cole versus Mahan. This bill makes something that's perfectly legal, that the federal government has ruled is not a firearm, puts in the firearm statute, makes it illegal to own without compensation. So now a person to follow the law, after they spend $400 or $500 to have it installed, has to spend $400 or $500 to have it removed so they don't become a violent offender or violate the law and possibly lose their rights to possess a firearm. This is ridiculous. Letting people who assist violent criminals off the hook and making law-abiding citizens criminals. You can't make this up. I think I'm in bizarro world. Members, let's refuse and vote no on adoption of this conference report. Send it back where it belongs, get it fixed the right way. So those that are buying firearms for other people illegally can be held accountable. And we don't have to let the federal government do it and charge them federally. Representative Berg, I know that you took possession of this bill after that unfortunate incident in your district. It affected me greatly. Officer Paul Elmstrad was from my district, my community. He's one of the 6 that have been killed either in or from my community. We had a very emotional service that Tuesday night. And Wednesday night here, I had a nice conversation with Paul Elmstrad's dad. It is tough for me to go down there. I know too many people that I've worked with. But doing this is a disgrace to them. Vote no.
All those in favor of adoption, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended by conference.
Third reading, House File Number 2609, as amended by conference.
Third reading as amended by conference. Discussion to the bill on final passage. The member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Berg, Chair Moeller, Representative Whitty. You know, this vote for me, first time around, was a vote to support law enforcement. You know, I live in Hennepin County. Recently, you know, within the past 45 days, we've had 2 incidences where our officers have been involved with shootings. They were in one of those in Minnetonka, working closely with Hennepin County Sheriff. And I see how much they're under attack. And what I saw when this bill came back was something that just provided less protection for our law enforcement. It's hard to stand behind something knowing that there were provisions in there that could have made this stronger, could have supported our, communities, safety for everybody in our communities. You know, it's a shame what happened in that conference committee because I just think we missed a real opportunity here. And because of that, I would tell members to vote no.
Discussion. The member from Dakota, Representative Whitty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I've said it before. For 27 years, I had the privilege and the honor to put on the uniform to protect and serve my community. I was hopeful we could find some support for our law enforcement who are under attack and are facing intense violent assaults by criminals who've been emboldened by soft on crime judges, prosecutors like Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty. Legislation for the straw buyer is needed, will increase the criminal penalties for an individual who buys a firearm for someone ineligible to purchase or possess it themselves. This type of straw purchasing is how the murderer in the Burnsville acquired the weapon. He used it tragically to kill 3 hero first responders a few months ago. It is imperative that we stop straw purchasers from putting guns into the hands of criminals. And unfortunately, what the Senate did to your bill with the their amendment or the affirmative defense is probably watered it down and weakened it. So I will be voting no. Thank you.
Representative Grossell. The member from Clearwater.
Madam Speaker, I was going to help you with that, but I figured you'd get it. And I've been sitting here for past probably going on 5 years now, listening to a constant barrage, an attack on our law enforcement community coming from the left-hand side of the aisle. From the defunding the police, to other demonization of our law enforcement community, to the misrepresentation of past officer-related shootings where officers have been acquitted. Not all the information has been shared during those things, only to instigate, as far as I'm concerned. You had an opportunity to take something that was good. And like I said before, you'd have 110% support from the whole body here. But then to throw a gun control measure in there. I mean, come on. If you really want to stop criminals, go after the criminals. If you want to go after the gun stuff, do that with another bill. We could have that debate later. I've seen too many times over the past 8 years that I've been serving here where you never miss an opportunity to take advantage of a tragedy. And frankly, it sickens me. I'm not being mean to anybody, I'm just telling the truth here, folks. Just being honest. I know a lot of people struggle with that. Too many times, cops are demonized, criminals are held up like saints. And nothing chaps my backside more than that. And if you don't like me calling you on your BS, then don't bring garbage. Don't bring garbage bills. Don't bring things that you know are not going to get you support. A massive increase in violent crimes, massive increase in crimes against children. But what are we doing? What are we doing? But a $730 million hole in the ground over there, instead of putting the money where it should be. I'm not here for you to like me. I don't care if you like me. I'm here to do a job to try to help protect our communities. And sometimes that job gets ugly. You had a good bill in Representative Scott's bill. Had you just tweaked that, I'd support you. Do that by itself. We can fight about the gun stuff later. I hope you vote this down. I hope you send it back. because you're not doing anybody any good with this.
Discussion. The member from Ramsey, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I want to address a couple things that have been said about the takings clause today. The takings clause says, nor shall private property be taken for public use. The government here would not be taking the binary trigger, and it's certainly not for public use. In addition, there's some other case law factors that wouldn't be satisfied here. So just want to make the record clear that the binary trigger ban does not violate the takings clause. We have been very clear that this bill does support law enforcement. Again, we read the indictment, and a binary trigger was used in that case, as it was in Fargo, and it gave officers no time to react. We are supporting law enforcement with this bill, just like we supported law enforcement with the $300 million in public safety aid, just like we supported law enforcement with efforts to recruit officers and funding those efforts, and efforts to provide mental health services for law enforcement, and efforts to do co-responder law enforcement models. So let me be very clear that we do support law enforcement. This bill supports law enforcement, and I recommend a yes vote. Thank you.
The member from Stearns, Representative Demuth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I would encourage a no vote on this. Hearing Representative Novotny's motion to not concur was an important step that we could have taken. We could have sent this conference committee report back, and Chair Becker-Finn actually made our point for us. There were things that she was definitely against. We had an opportunity to do the right thing on this, members. This simply could have been a clean bill. But as you've heard it already said in this place, that it had to be loaded with something that was not workable. We couldn't keep it clean, as in the Peggy Scott bill that she's been working on for 5 years. We couldn't keep it clean even though it fell off of the conference committee report last year. We couldn't even do the right thing this year and have it separated. And then when I hear, as Chair Moeller talked about, that public safety aid, yes, last year there was public safety aid, but we couldn't keep it clean. There were limitations, and unfortunately, law enforcement was not able to use it to their discretion with local control and knowing what they needed to do. To know that we could have had increased penalties for straw purchaser buyers, it went to the Senate, there were some changes made, but this now has the poison pill in there. It did not get better, it got worse coming back. Members, I would encourage a no vote. We still have time. There is plenty of time to do the right thing, have the most concerning things taken back out, and do the right thing for the state of Minnesota. Members, please vote no.
The member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, for the discussion. For those of you that have not arrived here yet, there's a really great thing about turning 50, is you know who you are. And you know no matter what is said about you, can't change who you know you are. I know who I am. I know how I grieved for and with my community. Representative Scott's bill was a good foundation. We made it better. The binary trigger language in here is incredibly important because, let it be clear, that is what murdered 3 first responders in my district. Binary triggers are banned in Florida, in Idaho. Those are pretty red states. We did increase the penalty for straw purchasers. Everything that we did in this bill will protect our first responders. You know what else I learned during this process? I learned about kindness. Because Wednesday evening at the memorial, some of us were sitting in the back row, unsure what was appropriate, wanting to pay our utmost and deepest respect to the families, to the fellow officers. And when people got up to place roses on the board that would then hold the image of a badge. Some of us kind of looked at each other wondering what we should do, what was appropriate. And Representative Novotny came down the aisle, and he did just the smallest gesture. He did this. And we stood up, and we each went to claim our rose and place it on the board. And I walked past that row of Burnsville officers and the families of the fallen, and I lost it. Also cried on the shoulder of the commissioner, never thought I'd do that. And I walked past your whole group, and I cried on the shoulder of Representative Whitty. Wife probably has to get my makeup out of his sport coat. Because in that moment, we were all human. We didn't accuse anybody. We didn't impugn motives. We were just human. And I see that every time we talk about this bill in the eyes of those of you that have served. Keeping the language with the binary trigger in this bill will save lives. I don't love the affirmative defense. I will tell you that. I don't love it. Talk to your senator. But this bill is good. Now, there was offense when I first presented this bill because I talked about inanimate objects, and I named a few. Those inanimate objects were not what killed our first responders. Not in Burnsville, not in Fargo, not in North Carolina. No inanimate object but a gun does that. So yes, we have a gun problem, and we have a people problem. And when we put guns in the hands of people who are unstable, this is what we get. This is why we increase penalty for straw purchases. This is why I refuse to take out the language of a binary trigger. They are an aftermarket modification, and there is nothing that you can do with that other than hurt people. And so if we back the blue, I'm just going to let that settle in for a minute. If we back the blue, you will have a yes vote on this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Newton.
Newton, aye.
Newton, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 60 nays, the bill is passed as amended by the conference committee and its title agreed to. Conference committee reports on House files.
Conference committee report on House File Number 4024, an act relating to higher education. The report is addressed to the Honorable Melissa Hortman, Speaker of the House, the Honorable Bobby Joe Champion, President of the Senate. We, the undersigned conferees for House File Number 4024, report that we've agreed upon the items in dispute and recommend as follows. The report is signed by 2 of the 3 members on the part of the House and 2 of the 3 members on the part of the Senate. Pelowski moves that the report of the Conference Committee on House File Number 4024 be adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
I recognize the member from Pelowski, or the member from Winona, Representative Pelowski.
That too, Madam Speaker, that's my motion.
All in favor of the motion to adopt the Conference Committee report, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the bill as amended by the conference.
Third reading, House File Number 4024, as amended by conference.
Third reading is amended by conference. The member from Winona, Representative Pelowski, to the bill.
Madam Speaker and members, this is a extremely modest conference committee report. The conference committee report contains the higher education policy bill as well as the higher education supplemental budget bill from the House. The House accepted a slimmed-down version of Ban the Box for higher education. This is House File 4395 from Representative Jess Hansen that was carried by the Senate. And Madam Speaker, that is the conference committee report.
Discussion. The member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Hansen would yield to a question about the provision that was added from the Senate. If she would yield to a question. Hansen J.
I'm sorry, Representative Berg, I'm having difficulty hearing you. Who?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Hansen J. would yield to a question about a provision that was added in the Senate, from the Senate.
She will. Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm wondering, Representative Hansen, we had a little conversation in the back, and I'm wondering if you could explain a little bit about what your provision does, and then I have a few other questions after that. Thank you.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Rarick, and thank you for always talking to me about our bills. I just want to acknowledge that on this floor, that we do really great work when we sit down and chat about things, and so I appreciate that about you. So the Beyond the Box provisions in Article 2, Section 1, they were accepted in conference. These provisions are directly aligned with several of the recommendations from the U.S. Department of Education's Beyond the Box 2023 report. The language was crafted in consultation with the higher education systems, including Min State, University of Minnesota, the Private College Council. We also consulted with the appropriate state agencies, criminal justice reform advocates, community safety advocates, and victim services organizations, including Violence Free Minnesota. The language will delay any inquiry about an applicant's criminal history until after an admission is granted, similarly to what we did with Ban the Box in the employment world back in 2014. Once an offer of admission is granted to a student, the institutions may still ask the appropriate questions about serious criminal convictions that have been laid out in the bill that occurred within the previous 5 years. So many of our colleges have actually already eliminated this work, as well as several other states, including Louisiana and Virginia. And I hope that is a short enough but thorough enough summary for you. Thanks.
Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hansen. So I had a chance since we talked to kind of go through the list a little bit more, and I'm a little bit confused. I'm wondering if you could help me understand sort of the idea behind the list, because you have kind of in the language of the bill that it's some felonies and sex crimes. And as I looked at the list, it's not a list that I'm familiar with, and I spent about 10 years on the Public Safety Committee and I don't know, 6 or so maybe on judiciary. So when I'm looking at the list, I know this was a question I'd asked you offline, and this list isn't crimes against the person list, because that's much more expansive. It's not all felonies, it's much more narrow. And as I'm looking at it, for example, you've got 609-221, which is assault in the first degree. And Representative Hansen, I've noticed that you've left off several felonies that are very severe: assault in the second degree, assault in the third degree, assault in the fourth degree. Not all of those in the fourth degree are felonies, and it kind of continues on. There are quite a few things that are left off. So I'm wondering if you could kind of help me understand what is this list exactly. It's not a list that I have ever worked with in the past, and maybe the why behind the list, because you have some felonies, you have some violent felonies, and you don't have all the crimes against the person. I'm wondering if you can help me understand what this list actually is.
She will yield. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Rarick. This list was designed in consultation with folks on the Judiciary Committee. It went through several pretty thorough vetting processes. I am absolutely open to continuing conversations about expanding this further. That wasn't something I've heard before today, unfortunately, but this is the list that the team that was at the table discussing this and the recommendations from the Department of Education included in there. But I would be absolutely open to continuing to have conversations if we want to go further or change any of that once we get a good start under our belt. Thank you.
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will Representative Hansen continue to yield, Madam Speaker?
She will yield to another question. Yes, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So there are several things also that's like kidnapping, and there's some high-level drug crimes that are not on the list. You've got burglary, which in that section you've got first, second, third degree burglary, I believe, but you don't have first degree burglary of a dwelling. And you know, and I didn't go deep into this list, but just a cursory look of it, it's missing an awful lot of things. So I'm not sure who exactly was working on this list and what they're trying to accomplish, which is kind of why I'm asking you, like, sort of what was the point? And if you're talking about somebody on a college campus and they've committed, I mean, well, on the list there is first degree murder, second degree murder, third degree murder, first degree manslaughter, assault in the first degree, but you don't have assault in the second degree, assault in the third degree, assault in the fourth degree. You have carjacking, but you don't have kidnapping. You have labor trafficking. You've got criminal sexual conduct, first, second, third, fourth, and fifth degrees, but you've left off other sexual crimes. You do have harassment and stalking, which is good, but it's just a very confusing list. It's not a cohesive list. I'm really trying to understand what exactly this list is. Madam Speaker, will she yield to one last question?
She will. Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Representative Hansen, it seems clear that you've got some of the most violent felonies, but there certainly are other violent felonies that are not on the list. You have nothing here that is a gross misdemeanor, which can be very, very serious crimes. You have no misdemeanors and certainly no petty misdemeanors. And the way that you have the language, as I understand it, you have told, except for the University of Minnesota, you've told the rest of the higher ed institutions that they can't inquire about anything else other than what's on your list. Is that what you're doing here? Because I'm really trying to understand what the language does. Representative Hansen.
Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you again, Representative Rarick. So the list, again, is a starting point. We want to make sure that our goal is to increase enrollment on college campuses, and we know that criminal background checks hold people back from a whole host of things. What the data also tells us is that there is no statistical difference between crime rates on a campus as correlated with people's criminal histories. So this is a good way for us to make sure we're giving people a second chance, because also we know that higher education degrees reduce recidivism by 48%. And so, you know, we have 90% of the people who are in Minnesota correctional facilities today will return to our communities. And I think it is important that we do all we can to reduce recidivism as much as possible. The list before us is a starting point, and as I've mentioned, I stand open to building on this work that we have done. There was extensive work that happened with stakeholders to at least get us a starting point. And it's my belief that it's better to start somewhere than nowhere, but it doesn't mean that this has to be the end.
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's kind of confusing for the institutions of higher learning when we're telling them that they can't ask about very violent felonies, and certainly they're not asking about gross misdemeanors or other things. We've had issues on some of our campuses, even as of late. I'm on X, and I see almost daily things that are happening at the University of Minnesota, in Dinkytown, and the Marcy Holmes neighborhood. You've got shootings and robberies and carjackings and all kinds of things that are happening. I'm not saying it's the students that are there, and it's most likely not the students that are enrolled there that are committing these crimes. In fact, I'm pretty sure they're not, but they are certainly affected by them. So I'm not sure that this is the right direction that we want to go. I also have another question if Chair Pelowski would yield to a question, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So Representative Pelowski, Chair Pelowski, is there a change also about that you can't do a non-disclosure agreement, that has to stay private? Is there something about non-disclosure agreements for students in this bill as well?
Representative Pelowski.
Madam Speaker, Representative Rarick, you're going to have to be more specific than that.
Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe it was another Senate provision, because I don't remember hearing this in the House, but it had to do with if a student can't be forced to sign a non-disclosure. If he would.
Representative Pelowski.
Madam Speaker, I'm still at a loss as where you're looking at it in the bill. You're going to have to point directly to it.
Representative Berg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually don't have that right in front of me, so we'll just move on, Madam Speaker. You know, there's several things in here that didn't change that I was really hoping that they would. We have an expenditure of $500 million or $500,000. We're talking millions all the time. It's $500,000 basically for bureaucrats at Minn State to set up campus child care centers. We already have somebody at Minn State that's already doing that. They didn't ask for that money, and yet that money is still in here. I have a problem with that. It seems like a waste of money because we already are doing it. We have 11 campuses that already have child care centers, and so I have an issue with that as well. I know I have other members, Madam Speaker, that want to speak, so I will let them also speak, and we'll move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion to the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm disappointed with this bill on so many levels, and I appreciate, Representative Hansen, your discussion of those issues of all the different crimes that cannot be asked about. And this is a concern that's been brought to me by some of my constituents, and crime in general on the campuses, and I'm just concerned that leaving all those felonies off and some of the gross misdemeanors even could affect our students. So I'm disappointed in that. I'm also disappointed, members, I know the target in this bill was very small, $500,000. And as I've said in the previous discussions, I do not support using this target to create an administrative position at OHE that would kind of oversee development of child care centers at all our Minn State campuses, because they already can do this by themselves. We don't need another administrator. And 11 of the campuses already have child care centers on campus. They've figured it out all on their own. And of the 11, only 4 chose Head Start. And this new child care provision that we are spending our entire target on would limit it to Head Start. So this makes no sense. But I'm also disappointed with the University of Minnesota. And they're not getting any money out of this target, and they have known that for a long time. And yet just this afternoon, we all, I don't know if you all got it, we on the committee all got a letter from the government relations team at the U saying that they really need their $45 million. And I just don't understand that. They've known all along that the target was $500,000, and why they would send us a letter today when we're getting the conference report, it's just very confusing. And it's especially confusing when I also got a letter today from the U advertising for a new Vice President of Communications position at the University of Minnesota. And I've been trying to figure out what the salary range on that is, and I haven't been able to. But the U already has a Chief Marketing Officer, and they have a Chief Public Relations Officer. And now they're going to add or go back to, I think they used to have it, a Vice President of Communications. So while they are increasing the administrative overhead over there, and it's already significant, the U has 68,000 students and 27,000 employees. That's 1 employee for every 2.5 students members. So we already have a lot of administrative overhead going on. And they've announced that they're going to have a tuition increase at the Twin Cities campus of 4.5% next year. and the other campuses, it will range from 1.5 to 4.5%. So I'm just very concerned that we're misusing the small target we did get, which I understand. We spent a boatload of money last year, so I understand why the target was small and supported that. But we should have used it for real needs, for real students. I do appreciate that the foster grant program was fixed. That's a huge win for our students who have come out of foster care and will get higher ed. That's a huge win, and it's absolutely the right thing to do. So I'm grateful for that very good work. But otherwise, members, this bill misses the mark, and it's just very disappointing. So I encourage a no vote. Thank you.
The author of the bill, the member from Winona, Representative Pelowski.
Madam Speaker, members, I said this was a modest proposal, and I think that's been illustrated. It does help a select number of individuals, and with a $500,000 target, I think we did an outstanding job. I ask for your support.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill.
If there's something else, I don't know what it is. Did you hear that? We're going to take that tonight?
Are we ready? Yeah, that's good. Okay, yeah, all right. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Newton.
Newton, yes.
Newton, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 72 ayes and 57 nays, the bill is repassed as amended by conference, and its title agreed to. Motions and resolutions.
Long moves that Senate File number 37 be taken from the table.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
All those in favor of the Long motion to take Senate File 37 from the table, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion prevails. The clerk will report the bill. And the clerk will report the amendment that we were on.
Damath moves to amend Senate File number 37, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment is coded DE5.
On the DE5 amendment to Senate File 37, there were a couple of folks who were on the list when the bill was laid on the table. Representative Zalesnikar and Representative Altendorf. I can give you a couple minutes. We shifted gears rather quickly here.
Madam Speaker, what line of business are we on again?
The member from Line. Representative Spedzinski, we are on Senate File 37, AKA ERA. We are on the Damath Amendment DE5, AKA original ERA. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I'm standing just to support the DE5, from Leader Damath. And, this really brings back equality for all. And that's what we're really talking about in this Equal Rights Amendment. This brings back the intention of the Equal Rights Amendment from my perspective, that equality of rights under the law shall not be denied by the state or political subdivision of the state on account of sex. And I think that was the intent when the ERA was originated in the 70s. And when I look through this bill and I think about a person that meant a lot to me, whose name was Hazel Wyatt, who, when she was 94 and nearing her death, I asked my grandma, what were the most important things you saw in your lifetime? And you know what she said? She said rural electrification and Title IX. That's what she said. And why would she say this farm girl? It surprised me, because my grandma didn't play sports. I didn't think she even was interested in sports. We had a farm. But what I learned was my grandma loved basketball. She loved basketball, and she wasn't able to play basketball in school. And so this bill mattered to her, and I didn't know that till she was 94 years old. And so that bill that was passed in 72 gave the same education and sports opportunities to women as it did to men. And this bill follows the original federal ERA, which was considered the gold standard. It should be the gold standard for Minnesota. And this proposed language that we're talking about that's going to change everything is not going to have equality for all. In fact, it's going to pick winners and losers, and we are not going to accomplish what the ERA meant to accomplish. And so 50 years later, following Title IX, we are in a situation where it's erasing the very things that she was thrilled to see finally happen in the state of Minnesota. It's erasing it in only 50 years. That is hardly equality for women. 50 years of sports in the state of Minnesota for women to compete, for scholarships, for opportunities. That is at risk for women today. And while I was not one of these athletes, I respect the fact of what their concerns are and understand it. And erasing those opportunities for women is not equality. It's not equality for all. And it's absolutely going to change, and a constitutional ballot and a constitutional amendment is going to completely nullify anything else we have as far as protections. It's going to trump everything. So therefore, we don't have age in this amendment, and we don't also have religion in this amendment, as we've talked about before. So members, I urge you to support this DE5 amendment from Leader Damath that sets the table back to what the original intent was. 1975, Phyllis Kahn, too, also fought hard for Title IX. She fought for this too. I don't think she would want what's happening to be happening today. I think she would say, let's continue with the federal ERA and not mess with this. Members, we cannot erase the things that women fought for only 50 years ago. That is hardly a shelf life. 50 years. For competitive women's sports team equal to what we have for men. It changes everything, and it will change everything in the state of Minnesota. Members, I urge you to support the DE5 amendment. Thank you.
The member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Damath DE5. I was waiting to talk on this bill because recently it's definitely been on my mind, knowing that this was coming. After 45 days ago on April 2nd, I left St. Paul, I left this floor. We had caucus afterwards, and I got home around 7:30 at night. And I knew from earlier in the day that my wife wasn't feeling super hot. She was 28 weeks pregnant exactly. And she'd called me that morning after her OBGYN appointment and said, hey, not feeling good, I'm at home. And I said, you know, call my mom, call your mom, my mother-in-law, and make sure that they know what's up just in case something bad happens. And I wanted to cross my T's, dot my I's, make sure that she was doing okay. And she wasn't. She'd called back to the OB twice after that occurred, and they had prescribed her something from the pharmacy. She ran to Walgreens twice. Got back at 7:30, and I like I said, I'd just gotten there. I was home for 10 minutes. What I didn't know is that she was in labor. The entire day she was in labor. And I was frantic. I didn't know what to do. My mom didn't know what to do. My mother-in-law didn't know what to do. And I said, we need to rush her to the hospital. I walked into the bathroom where she was in pain. She had just stood up after laying down on the floor. And I bent over, was on one knee to pick up my wife's pajama pants to put those on her so we could rush her to the hospital. And as I got on my knee, my premature son flew into my hands. Complete coincidence. I did not expect to deliver my firstborn son. And when I looked at him, I didn't know if he was stillborn or not. That was the same spot on that same bathroom floor that a couple months prior, we had found out we had a miscarriage. And I thought I was reliving a nightmare. Sorry if I get shaken up. Still pretty fresh. But after Everett flew into my hands, I don't know how long it was. Could have been 3 seconds, could have been 3 years. I named him. We still had a long list of names. But we named him there, not knowing if he was going to make it or not. But he started crying, and it gave me hope. And that's when the fight started, the fight for life, the fight for his life, the fight for his equal rights. And he proved that he was worthy of that fight. 10 minutes after he was born, the first responders arrived. And they acted so quickly. They saved his life. They were visibly shaken. One of the funny moments, if you can say that there was any, from that evening was my wife had her head up against the back of the bathtub And she was going in and out of consciousness, but she finally, she was with us and there. And she started laughing. And I said, "Sweetheart, why are you laughing?" Thinking maybe she was going into a state of delirium or having some mental trauma that she was starting to show. And she goes, "No, you should see the faces of these guys as they poke their head into the bathroom and see this. They don't know how to respond." She finds the silver lining in everything, but I was in a total state of shock. But the first responders, they rushed him out, put him in the back of an ambulance, which I frantically tried to chase down in the car with my mother-in-law. And I didn't know if we would show up to the hospital and he was going to be alive. I got to Children's St. Paul after a car ride full of prayers and begging that he'd still be there when I got there. And I caught up with him in the elevator as it was closing. And he was hooked up to a lot of machines. And I just asked, "Is he there?" And they said, "Yep, he's here." Meanwhile, my wife is in the back of another ambulance. And she was so calm. Her name's Faith, and she lived up to the name. They said, "How are you doing? Are you okay?" They didn't know why she was so calm. And she said, "Nope, this one's in God's hands. I have to trust in him right now." And God might mean a lot of different things to a lot of people in this chamber. Mine means Christ, but I know that there are differences of opinion on that. But I had a hard time accepting that same belief, that it was in somebody else's hands, that I was powerless in all of this. What I didn't know is that those same first responders who asked my wife if she was okay, they had just gotten word that my son had flatlined in the back of that ambulance. And he wasn't with us for 2 minutes. They brought him back. They put an oxygen mask that would fit you or I over Everett's head, just to try to get something into him because he had no oxygen. Well, a miracle happened. He was running cold. His body temperature was cold, and that allowed his organs to go into a state of dormancy so that he didn't need to use as much oxygen. He fought. He wanted to stick around. And at the end of all of this, when it's still night one and we were being told, enjoy the time that you have with him because we don't know what this looks like. We knew that he had brain bleeds. We knew that he had a heart murmur, a PAD, a hole in his heart. We didn't know if his organs were going to shut down because of the fact that he didn't have oxygen for quite a long time. And we didn't know if he was going to be able to re-regulate his body temperature. All those things we didn't know. And this is at 28 weeks, mind you. Today, he's 45 days old. We've been in the NICU for quite some time. We're adjusting to life in an 8x8 box, and we are so thankful for the nurses. Megan is our favorite. She bakes us bread every night. She's an absolute sweetheart and has kept him alive on more times than one when he forgets to breathe. She's always there making sure that she jumps into action and helps him out. And we've gone through the most hellish of times and the greatest of times in these past 45 days. And why I'm supporting the DE5, to tie this all around, is because it recenters us on this equal rights amendment about equal rights. We get back to the basics, equal rights. We don't expand it to include other things that people don't understand, including pregnancy. That's in the language that you guys construed here. People don't know what that means. We're going to leave it up to a judge to determine it. I'm not okay with that. Under the guise of equal rights, you're trying to enshrine into our state constitution that my son has none. Today, he's alive. He's 34 weeks old, gestational age. Under this bill, as it currently sits, he may not have any rights. The only thing that changed was his address, in the womb or out of the womb. We need to get back to balance in this. We need to get back to equal rights and not interject other policies that should be debated on their own merits. I think it's extremely disingenuous to do otherwise. And Minnesotans agree with that as well. 64% of them in a recent poll that came out last week said that unlimited abortion access up to the moment of birth and beyond should be separate from the question of the Equal Rights Amendment. I'm asking that we depoliticize this issue. I'm asking that we get back to something where red or blue or in between, we can go and check the box, yes, if this shows up on a ballot in 2026. The DE5 does that. Without that amendment, it does not. It's tough when we're put into situations to have to go against our own experiences and our own values, our own beliefs, our own convictions, when it could be something that we actually agree to. And we've done it a lot, guys, on every issue. We have something that can bring us together, and we need to throw in a poison pill. I don't want this issue to be that one. I appreciate members of the body on my side and on your side that come up and ask me how he's doing. That means a lot, because it's tough to be here physically and not still be there mentally. But when we do stuff like this, it starts to delegitimize those well wishes. It does. I'm asking that you support the DE5 and that we can get the Equal Rights Amendment back to what it should be about, which is equal rights. Thank you.
The member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Madam Speaker and members, I really appreciate that Representative Dameth has brought forward an amendment to recenter us upon the things that Minnesotans do support. As has been mentioned, 64% of Minnesotans think that this is outrageous, that these two things, that abortion policy, the most extreme in the land, should be tied to whether or not men and women are equal. 64%, members, 64% of Minnesotans think these issues should be dealt with separately. When we look at this and recenter us on history, it's no wonder to me, after over 50 years and longer worth of advocacy specifically around the DE5 amendment, that this bill would have that this amendment would have such tremendous support, both in our state and nationwide. But we all know that issues related to equality didn't start today, and they didn't start in 1973, and in Minnesota, it started a lot earlier. And we've talked a lot tonight about Minnesota's state constitution. And for the record again, as we restart this debate on the Equal Rights Amendment, let's remember that in this body, it is the Republicans who believe in equal rights for all. And it's this underlying bill that drives division in our state and is super, super divisive for a whole host of reasons, but because it enshrines discrimination tactics into our Constitution. That's the impact of the underlying bill, which is why we should get back to something like the DE5 amendment. And to provide just a little bit of background to this, members tonight have spoken a lot about their own personally held religious beliefs, and I appreciate that. Earlier tonight, a Democrat on this floor said that it was Christians and conservatives who opposed the Equal Rights Amendment. Well, let me tell you the story of a Christian woman from St. Paul, Minnesota, who has an entire park named after her. one of our earliest Minnesotans, Harriet Bishop. Harriet Bishop, a Christian school teacher, moved here in the mid-1800s, and she was Minnesota's first public school teacher, and she was a Baptist. She helped to found the first Sunday school class in St. Paul, and she fought and she started the temperance movement here in Minnesota, the women's suffrage movement in Minnesota. When she came to Minnesota, before Minnesota was even a state. She was a Christian. She was fighting for women. She was Minnesota's first, St. Paul's first public school teacher. And at that time, before Minnesota was a state, she led the way for women's suffrage so that women would be given the right to vote. She taught the settlers. She literally taught in several different languages, including to the Dakota community in St. Paul. And she fought as a Christian for women to have the right to vote. She was a leader. She was a leader that Minnesota remembers. She fought for women. And when I think about this underlying bill, I think it erodes the rights of women. I think it erodes the equal rights of women. And it takes us to a place where women and girls will not have safety in the places that they need it most. President Trump traveled to Minnesota tonight, and he made mention of this attempt to erode women's rights in our nation. He made mention that attempts just like this underlying bill, he made mention that the results of this underlying bill would mean that it would take 400 years for women to retain or to win again the swimming records and the different sporting events where the rights of women are going to be eroded. We should get back to the basics of the things that Minnesotans support. And what they've said emphatically is that they do not support this attempt to combine radical abortion policy with the Equal Rights Amendment, or other ideologies that take away from the definition of a woman. We should be so clear tonight that we should focus upon the things that Minnesotans agree with, that Minnesotans would want to see done, the things that generations of Minnesotans, from Harriet Bishop to today, have fought for, the rights of women. And that's what this DE5 amendment is all about. Vote green on this amendment.
The member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Leader Demuth, for bringing the DE5 to us tonight. I got some fun stories here. Tuesday morning, I got to go on Grand to a fun little clothing shop. So I've talked about nails and clothes, different things that we get to do down here and back home. But as I walked in, Mary knows what I do for a job. And she was extra excited to tell me she's so excited to see the ERA finally pass here in Minnesota. And I asked Mary, I said, so tell me what it means to you. What do you love about it? What makes you happy about this happening here in Minnesota? And she goes, finally, women's rights will be protected. And she was talking about just people's bodily choices, that they'd finally be able to just have confidence that that happened. And so she graduated, she told me in 1968, and she goes, we've been fighting so hard for equal rights. And she goes, back in the day, the only thing that I could have done in high school was be a cheerleader. And she goes, that is not what I wanted to do. But I had friends that were cheerleaders. And I said, and she just kept talking about things, you know, just back then, like stereotypical things of just mom's home, this is happening, and how they just were so excited to break out and have equal rights for women and be able to have more opportunities. So when we did talk about some of the things that are going to be happening here tonight, she was flabbergasted by the expansiveness of what's coming here. And she goes, actually, does that mean what I think it means? It means then that everything that we fought for to get women equal rights, now men are going to be a part of it. Boys are going to be a part of these things. And so we were calm and having discussions. She did not know she wanted to talk about abortion with me, and I was perfectly fine with that. And later she did bring up a few things about that, because she did not understand that it was up till birth, that you could make that choice. So with tears in her eyes, I said, how would you feel if in your granddaughter's locker room or bathroom, there may be a biological male in there? Or they might be a part of her volleyball team, or might be a part of this or that. And she just said, we talked about 1 in 3 girls have had situations of abuse or inappropriate things that they've seen or been exploited, and 1 in 4 boys have. And she just said, I can't imagine if you're dealing with something from home or another situation to be in a space that is supposed to be so private and have those uncomfortable, hard things happen. And I did. I explained to her a couple years ago, my son graduated, and in fact, they had a very uncomfortable situation in their locker room. And these are the things that I would love to be a part of, to have conversations around sports and activities and equality and not erasing people and not discriminating. But she said, Mary, to go back to Mary, she just said, this is going to discriminate because my granddaughter will not be protected. Our sports are not going to be protected. These things are not going to be what we fought so hard for. So she encouraged me to call NPR because that's where she gets her news. And she said, you need to call this gal and you need to talk about this with her. And she goes, I still don't believe in what you believe politically, but she goes, this is something that I can get on board with because this is something that we've battled for generations. My mom and my mom's mom, and just the opportunity. So I stand here and support that equal rights must include everyone, and I support Leader Damas DE5, and I hope you do too.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam. The speaker from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate being referred to as the speaker from Chisago County. But alas, that opportunity has passed us by. Thankfully to many, I'm sure. I just wanted to address some things because we were told earlier that it was really Christian conservatives that killed the ERA, and they didn't want the ERA. So I did some research, because I knew that wasn't true. And I have some actual factual data for you rather than just throwing out what we want to be true. Let's talk about what's actually true. Let's start with this. Let's start with the 1976 Republican Party platform. And in that platform, it says, women who comprise a numerical majority of the population have been denied a just portion of our nation's rights and opportunities. We reaffirm our pledge to work to eliminate discrimination in all areas for reasons of race, color, national origin, age, creed, or sex, and to enforce vigorously laws guaranteeing women's equal rights. And it goes on, the Republican Party platform reaffirms its support for ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment. Our party was the first national party to endorse the ERA in 1940. We continue to believe its ratification is essential to ensure equal rights for all Americans. In our 1972 platform, the Republican Party recognized the great contributions women have made to society as homemakers and mothers, as contributors to the community through volunteer work, and as members of the labor force in careers. The platform stated then and repeats now that the Republican Party fully endorses the principle of equal rights, equal opportunities, and equal responsibilities for women. The Equal Rights Amendment is the embodiment of this principle, and therefore we support its swift ratification. That was the Republican Party platform in 1976. It was first entered into the Republican platform in 1940. So please spare me this idea that it was Christian conservative women who were the ones that were opposed to the Equal Rights Amendment. Here's the reality. Here's what Eleanor Roosevelt had to say about the Equal Rights Amendment. As a social feminist and supporter of legislative protections for women, Roosevelt did not endorse the Equal Rights Amendment. The ERA, a product of Alice Paul, and by the way, this is from the National Park Service website. Pretty reputable. This isn't some right-wing source. I try to make sure that I'm finding good sources. The ERA, a product of Alice Paul and the National Woman's Party, was an amendment that, if ratified, would erase all the laws that discriminated against women. Roosevelt and her allies believed that an amendment that got rid of all the protective legislation for women in the workplace would do more harm than good. The ERA, she argued, was impractical and ignored political and social realities. Well, that was Eleanor Roosevelt. Hardly the bastion of conservatism. Well, that's weird. I was told that it was Christian conservatives that hated it. Well, let's look here. This is from George Mason University. This is actual testimony from the congressional hearings on the Equal Rights Amendment. And this testimony is from Myra K. Wolfgang. And it says, "My name is Myra K. Wolfgang. I reside in the city of Detroit, state of Michigan, and am represented in this body by Senator Philip Hart." So Senate hearings. "I am the vice president of the Hotel and Restaurant Employees and Bartenders International Union, AFL-CIO, and secretary-treasurer of its Detroit local number 705. I am a member of the Michigan State Minimum Wage Board, and I have served on the Mayor's Committee of Human Relations. I am presently a member of the Michigan Women's Commission, the Governor's Commission on the Status of Women. I am opposed to the enactment of the Equal Rights Amendment to our Constitution. I state my position after long and careful consideration, in spite of the fact that we find sex prejudice parading in the cloth of tradition everywhere." Well, she was AFL-CIO. Hardly the bastion of conservatism. But here's the real truth. It was labor unions. It was Democrats. It was New Dealers. They were the ones who were opposed to the Equal Rights Amendment. They were the ones. They were the reason the Equal Rights Amendment didn't get done when it should have. That's it. It's right here in black and white. They were the ones opposed to the Equal Rights Amendment. So we can try with the revisionist history, but that's the good thing about the Google, I suppose, and the internet, is that it's really hard to get away with mistruths, with misinformation at this point, because it's all there. There's a record of all of it. And in this case, let's be very clear about the history of this Equal Rights Amendment. And the Equal Rights Amendment before you in the DE5 is that very same Equal Rights Amendment that Republicans tried to get passed in the 1970s. And here we are again, Republicans trying to pass an Equal Rights Amendment for women. For women. That's what we are trying to get passed. And interestingly, I thought it was very interesting that early platform included age, which we are not doing in the underlying unequal rights amendment that Democrats are trying to pass off the House floor tonight. Rather than passing the unequal rights amendment for all, let's pass the equal rights amendment for women. Let's get that done tonight. Let's ensure that women have the protections under the law that they deserve. Let's vote for the DE5 tonight and make sure that our daughters, our granddaughters, have the opportunity to play competitive sports under Title IX, and that they have the opportunity to win and progress as they should. Let's pass the DE5 and ensure that we do not roll back decades of work by the women on whose shoulders we stand today. Let's not roll back their decades worth of work to get us where we are by passing the unequal rights amendment. Let's pass the DE5 and have a real equal rights amendment for women.
Closing remarks, Representative Torkelson.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. As we close out this effort to get back to our grandmother's ERA, or your mother's ERA, in my case, we Republicans believe in equal rights for all. The Democrats' ERA does not provide them. In 50 years, we've gone from equal rights for all to equal rights, exclusive rights for some. Please vote green on the amendment.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Newton.
Newton, no.
Newton, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Niska moves to amend Senate File Number 37, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment is coded A18.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. We've had a lot of conversations in this ERA discussion around religious freedom, and obviously that's a huge concern. It's an important part of our Constitution. It's mentioned right, as some have referenced, it's mentioned right in the preamble of our state Constitution. It's part of the distinctive, one of the most distinctive features of the American experiment, and it's essential to religious or to personal flourishing, the right of each of us to pursue our spiritual ends, to respect our conscience. And there's been a lot of efforts in this discussion to try to fix the real concerns that are raised by this unequal rights amendment, concerns that it will dilute or erode religious freedom, concerns that it will define religious institutions as state actors. We were shot down in an effort to deal with that. I think later we might get an opportunity to actually make clear that the state has an interest in preventing discrimination on the basis of religion, so that we can be clear that the state can combat anti-Christian bigotry or anti-Semitism or Islamophobia. I hope we'll get to that. But the A18 amendment is just meant to address one of the arguments we've heard a lot, which is that Article 1, Section 16 takes care of the issue of religious freedom and we don't need to deal with it anymore, because the Minnesota Supreme Court has interpreted Article 1, Section 16, at least so far, to be fairly protective of religious freedom. But there is some language in Article 1, Section 16, the liberty of conscience hereby secured shall not be so construed as to excuse acts of licentiousness or justify practices inconsistent with the peace or safety of the state. And so this amendment just makes clear that in this new Article 8 or Article 1, Section 18, that we use that same language so that the courts don't get confused about whether we're putting these other rights on a different footing than the religious freedom that is set forth in Article 1, Section 16. So the A18 amendment merely makes sure that that language is parallel in both places, so that the courts, when they look at this new amendment and they look at Article 1, Section 16, they will see that they should be interpreted consistently with each other, applying similar standards, and making sure that, as I've heard the intent from so many across the aisle, that religious freedom would not be lowered to a second-class right compared to the rights that are secured by the Equal Rights Amendment. So I'm assuming this will be a friendly amendment, and so I urge member support.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Herr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Niska. The ERA does not create a conflict with Article 1, Section 16. This is constitutionally duplicative. I recommend a no vote.
Further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Gilman moves to amend Senate File Number 37, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment is coded A13.
The member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment allows for the preservation of separate sports teams, programs, and events for each sex to help preserve the unique character of women's sports, programs, and events. This language is borrowed from Chapter 363A in the Minnesota Human Rights Act under this allowable exemptions to the law against discrimination in public accommodations. This language was not just pulled out of thin air. It is in statutory form. However, unless these exemptions are included in this bill, this constitutional amendment will simply render statutory protections meaningless and allow biological men to colonize women's sports and other programs or events dedicated to the uniqueness of women. I'm going to give you a few things to keep in mind about this amendment as well. This is a matter of justice for women and girls. The ERA protects discrimination against females, takes away female opportunities, and protects the placement of females in physical danger. Number two, it affects all female athletics, regardless of skill level. I was a bench warmer basketball player. I was scrappy, super competitive. I helped put, I'd say, probably 2 or 3 women on the Hall of Fame in our little high school because I did not quit. I definitely wanted to play as much as they did, but I did not have the skill set whatsoever. But one thing it gave me, being in sports, you know, doing team sports especially for myself, and then I also was in track and field. But what basketball gave me was an opportunity to come alongside other girls, and then also, you know, there was different ages because you could play up or down. But we got to travel as a team, and I got to work on communication with my coach. What could I do to get better? What could I do to have more opportunities to play? My DNA definitely did not have the basketball DNA to dominate out there. But I did develop a lot of confidence, and I just developed a lot of security in myself. So I just want to ask, why would we take away from any girl, especially younger ones, this opportunity for them to find their place and find their community? Hormonal changes do not unilaterally erase physical advantages. Males have larger lung capacity, larger hearts, more bone density, more muscle mass, which also allows for explosiveness. You know, in sports and activities, there's advantages that allow them to jump higher, throw further, run and accelerate faster. And one recent study revealed that in sports where upper body strength dominates, males possess more than 50% and a 50% athletic advantage over females. This athletic gap emerges around the age 12 when males experience a 20-fold boost in testosterone. Girls should not have to suffer discriminatory consequences of forced participation in competition with males or no competition at all. And I've seen this last couple years when I started a group called Let Them Play Minnesota back in 2020 to get kids back to playing sports and activities. When we found that we could lock arms with each other and find solutions, working with the Minnesota State High School League, they're looking to us here for guidance. People will say, well, let the Minnesota State High School League take care of it. Let the NCAA take care of it. They're always looking to us and our statutes for guidance on how to move forward. We need to protect women's sports, girls' sports. So I would encourage a green vote, and I would ask for a roll call, please.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. And there is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Knutson moves to amend the Gilman Amendment to Senate File Number 37, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A35.
The member from Cass, Representative Knutson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Gilman, for this amendment. I'm hoping we have a great debate on this and can change some hearts and minds. But I think it's really important to make sure that in your amendment, we say sex. What my amendment to your amendment would do would be to define sex as being an individual's sex at birth. This is a biological fact. Sex is determined at conception. It's detectable by blood tests, at 10 weeks in utero, and it's confirmed upon birth. Sex cannot be changed. 100 years after we die, somebody can exhume our bones, test our DNA, and we will still be the same sex that we were when we were born. This is an undeniable fact. Members, I hope that you can see common sense and unfortunately the need for this amendment to the amendment, and that you would vote green. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I would ask that we vote no on the amendment to the amendment. Trans women are women, trans girls are girls. Please don't dig up my bones when I'm dead. Trans people are trans. We don't need to pretend like we are not who we are. Vote no.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to stand up and support the amendment to the amendment. Members, transgenderism is a belief system, fully protected as a religion under the First Amendment. The government cannot endorse or condone a belief system like transgenderism. Science, on the other hand, recognizes male and female. Male with the XY chromosome, female with the XX chromosome. Speaking of digging up bones, they have never ever found anybody but male and female. That's science. You can believe, you can choose to believe. People are choosing to believe in science, that there is male and female. That's what's important here. Male and female. So members, I ask you to support the Representative Knudsen amendment. Thank you.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Knudsen, for bringing. Did not go. Hello?
Okay, your paper did it. There you go.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, everyone. So thank you, Representative Knudsen, for bringing this amendment. This makes a lot of sense. It's common sense. And, you know, members, history is going to look back at this time. And truth is truth. And unfortunately, what I have seen and what I've heard from people in this body and also on social media is that someone who is speaking truth is labeled as someone who hates. Someone who hates someone. And that could not be farther from the truth. Truth is truth. And when we are standing here offering this amendment, it is the epitome of the Equal Rights Amendment that was passed in the 1970s, the original one, to allow biological women to play in sports and to be competitive. That was why Title IX was passed. That is why the Equal Rights Amendment was passed. And right now, we have the Republican Party who is standing up for girls, standing up for women. In fact, I would call the Republicans the new feminists. that we care about girls. That is so funny that you guys think it's funny. So if you have biological girls that play in sports and they are working as hard as they can, they don't have as long of in running, they wouldn't have as long as legs normally physically, they don't have the same lung capacity physically as men. And you're laughing at girls that they would train and they would work as hard as they could. They would train for hours and hours and hours, but never could compete at the same physical level as a biological male. And yet, I don't know if the video or if the audio picked that up, but the majority party was laughing at the concept that I said the Republicans are standing here tonight in protection of women, in protection of girls. Truth is truth. Truth is not hate. In fact, I would say truth is love because we want what's best for both parties. We want what's best for biological girls to be able to be on the same level playing field as other biological girls and to allow them to compete, to allow them to be able to get scholarships, to allow them to be on championship teams. We deeply care for girls and we love them and we are speaking truth. Right now tonight, we are speaking truth. And it is labeled as hate because we are speaking truth. Members, I give so much just, to the members of our body who is fighting against this woke culture that is denying truth, and we are standing up against it. History will not look well upon this. History will not look well upon this. And Representative Knudsen, I give you so much, I commend you for your courage, for your strength, and for standing up for girls and for women. I commend you for your spirit of courage for speaking truth tonight.
The member from Polk, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this topic, the amendment that that we're discussing right now, we talk about the differences between male and female. One thing I did not know until this week when I went to go have my PFO checked, my hole in my heart, there were a lot of tests taken, and the doctor and I were going through all of the little details of what was going on, and did the patch work, and yes, it's fine, and then there was this little square, and I said, what is this? Not male. I said, why would that even be on there? And he said, well, your heart determines, we can look at your heart. And I said, you mean to say my heart says whether I'm male or female by the picture and the function? We were watching the function at the time. I didn't ask him detail because, doctors are busy, but I was really surprised by that. I know that we've talked about bone structure and all of those things, but the fact is you can't change your heart. Well, I suppose unless you get if you need to have a heart replacement. But the point is that God made us male and female for a reason. You can make choices to do different things that are different interests, but the reality is that our women and our girls need to be protected in the way of locker rooms and sports and bathrooms and all of those things that somehow this new woke ideology is that we can just let everybody be whatever they want, when in fact, you are built that way. And there are people that have disabilities, that have challenges, but I was and I wanted to share it with you. I was really surprised when he said, oh no, we can look at your heart, and certainly my husband's a very big man, and his heart is big. It says, your heart is as big as your fist. And his is big, and the doctors have told me that, you know, when they look at it, he's got a really large heart, and sometimes his personality displays that. He's very kind and a bit of a funny guy, but very generous in his spirit. But the point is back to the amendment. This is an amendment that we should identify with. We should vote green on this. This will help us to give direction to our schools, protect our children, and there are other ways we can do things if children want to be other direction. They want to have privacy or whatever. But for the generalities of school, locker rooms, again, protection of women, we need to make sure that our daughters and our women are protected. And that's just, I'm supporting the amendment to the amendment, so both of them. Thank you.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I really appreciate the debate on this amendment to the amendment because we now know two things for absolute certain. The first is that if this amendment, if the Equal Rights Amendment is ratified, men will be in the private spaces of women. That was stated here tonight. Trans women are women. Trans girls are girls. Well, then I guess they get to be in your daughter's locker room. I guess they get to be in your wife's restroom. And I see nods. Thank you for confirming that. So we now know that that's what's on the line with this amendment, which also means that the rights of women are being rolled back. After decades upon decades of working for your own spaces, your own accomplishments, your own achievements, your own categories, in which to excel, in which to be safe, in which to be private, we're now going backwards, and this isn't the only way, but it's the way we're talking about right now with this amendment to the amendment. So thank you for confessing that. Makes this a whole lot easier. Men are going to be in women's private spaces when this is amended. The other thing we know is what I said earlier this evening when we were discussing another amendment, and that is that the ratification of the so-called ERA is in fact going to break Article 1, Section 16 of the Minnesota State Constitution, which is supposed to protect our freedom of conscience, supposed to protect our freedom of religion. Again, the clause that's relevant, nor shall any control of or interference with the rights of conscience be permitted. You just admitted that the purpose of this amendment to the Constitution is to enshrine into our founding document for the state those ideas, the idea that trans women are women and trans girls are girls. Those are points of conscience, those are beliefs, and they're also, notably, pointed out by this amendment to the amendment, non-factual, nonsensical. Biological sex cannot be protected if we affirm that. Those two ideas are opposite of one another, as demonstrated by your laughter at one of our women when she correctly pointed out that we're the feminists in the house tonight. Because we're the ones who are standing up for biological women, for their privacy, for their accomplishments, for their achievements, for their future, for their hopes and dreams. Our daughters, our granddaughters, what hope do they possibly have to achieve as their mothers did and their grandmothers did. If we're going to put biological males in their spaces, as you just confessed to. If you're going to put an idea into the Constitution that has no physical, scientific, biological backing whatsoever, and then use that as a basis for disparate impact discrimination legal claims against the state, which we're not defining, if you're going to do that, then you might as well just toss out. I should have brought an amendment tonight to just cross out Article 1, Section 16 of the Constitution, because in effect, that is what you are doing. You are saying that my right to conscience does not matter at all. You are saying that Representative Altendorf's right to conscience does not matter at all. You are saying that Representative Knutson's right to conscience matters so little that she has to share a locker room, share a restroom with a biological man. That's what you're saying here tonight. It's belittling, it's insulting, and it's erasing the gains that have been made on behalf of women for decades. Thank you for confessing to it.
The member from Washington, Representative Hemmingson-Yager.
So I would like to speak on the theories, claims of biology and genetics and sex and chromosomes. I am a biologist. I have my master's in genetics. I've taught anatomy and physiology, and I've taught introduction to biology. There is more to being a boy or a girl than a man or a woman than the shape of your chromosomes. Chromosomes shape is just your DNA wound up and coiled until they look like X's or Y's on a karyotype. I've analyzed karyotypes. I've analyzed DNA to see whether the X chromosomes have genetic data that is present or not present. And I want to say that, you know, there was a time where, yes, we did think the SRY gene on the Y chromosome was called the testes determining factor. That was what determined whether you would be male or female. That's not the case anymore, because as scientists, we learn and we continue to learn and we adapt and we learn more and we figure out all of these puzzle pieces. And there's so much more going on than that. You may have heard that there are other things besides X and Y. There's an X and an O karyotype form, also known as Turner syndrome. You can be XXY, also known as Klinefelters. You can be XYY, you can be XXYY. It all depends on how the chromosomes replicate and separate from each other. It has nothing really to do with whether you're a boy or a girl or a man or a woman. And I also want to say that now as we get into genetics even more, there are epigenetic factors that happen. There are factors outside of the DNA that can work on the genes in the DNA strand. All of this is happening inside your body. You don't even know what's going on. But I really would like to educate everybody and tell you there's more going on in genetics and there's more going on with sex identification than just a simple X or a simple Y chromosome.
Member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And thank you, Representative Gilman, for the amendment, and Representative Knutson for the amendment to the amendment. And I was a little bit distracted by some of Hemmingson-Yager's speech, and I'm bummed because I would have liked to have heard the whole thing. But I caught the beginning about chromosomes not totally determining male and female. And according to the NIH, there are other things involved in male bodies. Things like increased muscle mass and strength, stronger bones, different skeletal structure, better adapted cardiorespiratory systems, and early developmental effects on brain networks that wires males to be inherently more competitive and aggressive. Interestingly, I think this part is interesting. Testosterone secreted before birth, before they're even born, and then postnatally, and then after puberty, is the major factor that drives these physiological sex differences. This is directly from the NIH, and really it's regarding elite sports and why Well, it just says, most elite sports are divided into male and female divisions because of the greater athletic performance displayed by males. And here's the key sentence in this study from the NIH, from the National Institutes of Health. Without sex division, females would have little chance of winning because males are faster, stronger, and have greater endurance capacity. Now, this is from the National Institutes of Health. But frankly, if you needed the National Institute of Health to tell you that, come on. Like, you're just not living in reality if that's the case. It's just clear. And members, I would suggest that Representative Knudsen and Representative Gilman are giving you a real opportunity here. Because my only consolation today and this evening, as we are debating this bill, is that we're likely going to be able to win when this is on the ballot. And by win, people are going to vote no. The people of Minnesota are going to vote no on this constitutional amendment. And it's because you've overstepped. It's because you've overstepped. KSTP poll just this week, last week, 51% of Minnesotans don't think abortion should be in the Constitution at all. 64% of Minnesotans do not think that the ERA and abortion should be in the same Constitution, in the same constitutional amendment. And I'm going to tell you a little story about this specifically. I was having dinner, my daughter had a play a couple of weeks ago, so I was having dinner and chatting with a few family members, all of them Democrats. One gay, liberal Democrat. And he said to me, "Are you guys really putting abortion in your Constitution?" And I said, "Well, yes. And we're also doing these other things as part of the Equal Rights Amendment. Part of it is protections for gender identity that will supersede the protections currently enjoyed by women." And he cut me off and he said, "Men do not belong in women's sports." And I actually would say it a little bit differently. I say male bodies don't belong in women's sports because I'm fine acknowledging transgender women, transgender girls, but that doesn't change the fact that male bodies do not belong in women's sports. And while, yes, that is my opinion, it's also the opinion of most Minnesotans. And it was certainly the opinion of these Democrat family members. Without any prompting from me, I didn't say a thing. That was what they had to offer up. So my only consolation in this work that we're doing tonight on this unequal rights amendment is that it will likely be defeated at the ballot box. Because again, it doesn't take the National Institutes of Health to inform you that male bodies are different than female bodies. You can see it with your own eyes. You can see it with your own eyes. And it happens to be factually true according to every scientific article ever produced on the topic. Male bodies are different than female bodies. So again, thank you for the amendment, Representative Knudsen. Thank you for the amendment, Representative Gilman. Thank you for giving us the chance to acknowledge that there is a difference in biological sex. And we can acknowledge that while still acknowledging transgender people. But we don't have to put biological women in a lesser category to accommodate transgender women. That's where this Unequal Rights Amendment misses the mark. It is the Subjugation of Women Amendment. It is elevating transgender women above biological women. And it's wrong. That's why we're having all of these conversations and all of these fights today. I'm not going to tiptoe around this issue. That's the problem with this Unequal Rights Amendment. It's elevating transgender women above biological women. It is placing transgender women in biological women's spaces. It is placing transgender women in biological women's sports. It is taking away all the advancements we have made with Title IX, with women's athletics. We finally have the brackets for women's basketball in college. We're taking it away. We are taking away that equalizer that we recognized was necessary for biological women to have a chance in competitive athletics. This was universally accepted. Everyone understood that male bodies had an advantage in athletics. Everyone understood it. And now again, we're being told to don't believe your lying eyes. I'm going to believe it, and I'm going to believe the National Institutes of Health that there is a difference between biological bodies. And I'm certainly going to support the Knudsen amendment to the amendment, defining based on the individual's biological sex assigned at birth. And I'm also going to support the Gilman Amendment. And frankly, if you actually want a shot at this Unequal Rights Amendment becoming part of our state constitution, you should all probably support it.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I want to thank Representative Knudsen and Representative Gilman for their fine amendments as they're put together. It's my hope that they are put on this bill as we're debating it here tonight. You know, I was reminded of why we're all here. And from a different thought process is, you know, often, you know, how many of you are potentially married or have a significant other on the floor here? Raise your hand. You know, that primarily is the foundation of the first team, right? Right? As we're out door knocking, as we're lit dropping, as we're putting signs up, whatever that be, part of our campaign, you have the buy-in of your spouse. That is the foundation of every successful campaign that brings us here to the House of Representatives and to the Senate. And part of that is give and take, right? When I met my wife, Jessica, she was fresh out of college. We met at church. She was a national champion basketball player in college. She can kick my rear end. And part of being part of a team is a part of understanding, right? Understanding that sometimes one is better at one thing and another is better at another thing. While she may be able to kick my hind end at a game of horse or pig or a pickup basketball, she's a great teammate. And, you know, as this legislative body is moving forward, are we being good teammates to the public? And most importantly, are we being good teammates to the women of our lives? Now, do you for 1 second believe that it is fair to have male bodies in women's sports? It will change the dynamic of national sports, state sports, local sports, pickup sports. I have 3 daughters. 2 of them love basketball. One loves volleyball and softball, and they're good at it. They love the sport. And we, as a body, have a duty to protect their bodies. For my birthday, my birthday was just earlier this month, and my daughters gave me a coffee cup. And it said, "I'm sorry if you're offended with my common sense." And I forgot to bring it on the House floor tonight for tonight's debate. But Representative Knudsen and Representative Gilman's amendment is common sense. Don't be offended by it, because it's common. I'm reminded of, anybody have heard of Daily Wire? Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Jason Boring really have revolutionized the art of transferring information to the public. It certainly has a conservative bet, but they also have a movie production company. And they produced a movie called Lady Ballers. Whether you're on the right or the left side of this aisle, I would recommend that you take a time and watch it. I'm serious. And I think that's one of the unique things. They take a unique perspective on women's sports, and they poke fun at the issues that this society is facing today. While these amendments are exceptionally serious, a movie like Lady Ballers is looking to really analyze what is going on in the public space. Should we or shouldn't we allow male bodies, as Representative Ann New Brindley said, into women's sports? Should this body protect the bodies of women, of girls, both in the bathroom, in their homes, on the court, and ultimately in the court of public opinion when it comes to this amendment, as it's more than likely to go before the voters at some November in the future? Members, we have a duty to hold certain things dear. There were conversations tonight about Title IX and its importance in the public good, to make sure that women can produce and just gain the uniqueness of victory, the challenge of being challenged, overcoming those. My wife was telling me last night about one of the challenges that she held dear when she was in high school basketball. And she said, "Chris, one of my greatest achievements was overcoming some of the issues that she had, not necessarily sports related, but the stuff off and on the court that were more emotional and psychological." And she was given an award on that. She said that was one of the biggest and greatest awards that she'd ever had, because it takes work, it takes effort, it takes dedication to become a national champion. And yet, an amendment like this is giggled at when we're trying to make a point. Like, that's funny. Those people don't understand. You know, we all understand a fair fight. We all understand reality. I'd like to think we all understand what common sense is. But I've seen, even on this House floor, which would have been reported in the news as a fair fight or a fair confrontation. But I can promise you, on the floor, if you saw it, it was not. Members, take the Knudsen Amendment, take the Gilman Amendment. Let's stand strong for women, for biological girls. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many years ago, I had the opportunity to meet and speak with, on several occasions, one of the geneticists that was on the Human Genome Project. And that's why I started pushing pharmacogenomics. But we also talked about the East German swim team that dominated, and the discovery with the XXY, by having the male chromosome, there were biological advantages. And the Olympics looked at that and decided that was not fair. Yes, there are more than the most prominent XX and XY, but the presence of the male chromosome, whether you've got multiple, makes it more advantageous in sports. And that was proven in the Olympics. And the whole discussion here is the fact that if you have that male chromosome, you have a biologic advantage. And I have seen that in high school sports, because we would, I was on cross country, and both teams ran together and practiced together. I saw that in track, where a mediocre shot putter on the boys' team would dominate on the women's team. And what I really enjoyed what happened with the Iowa basketball player and the excitement that brought for women's sports. But if we don't have this amendment or the protections, and this underlying bill passes, there will be a track team, a basketball team, a soccer team. And we all know the opportunities will be lost for the girls and women that love sports. And I don't want to take that away from them. I don't know why we would want to ignore reality and take that away. I've enjoyed what Title IX did and is doing. Please vote green on this amendment to the amendment.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, I'm just an uneducated pastor from Merrifield, Minnesota. I know that. I'm no expert, Representative Hemmingson Yeager. I got that lecturing back last year in committee, I remember. The XX versus the XY chromosome. So I won't argue that, but it's pretty simple to me and to many Minnesotans. You're born male or female. That is truth. That is reality. When you are born, you come naked out of your mother's womb, and you are born biologically male or biologically female. You have male boy parts or you have female girl parts. That is a fact. And we've already mentioned, if you want to try and change that, that is your business. But I will go to an expert on this House floor who is an expert, and you can laugh and mock at that. I don't know, maybe you won't, but I've seen it already on this House floor. There is an expert who called this out very plainly, and I am going to trust him more than anybody. I'm going to trust what he says. I'm going to trust his science because he absolutely knows what he is talking about. And his disciple gave us a history book to document what he said about this subject. It's found in Matthew chapter 19, verse 4. Jesus Christ said this, "Have you not read that he who made them at the beginning made them male, and he made them female?" Jesus Christ quoted Genesis, and he didn't make any apology for it. He boldly declared it because he knows what he's talking about. He also warned that you're going to have to give an account of every idle thing you say. And I'm here to tell you, he's a God of mercy. I said this the other day, and I heard laughing, mocking when I said it. God is love. And the earth is the Lord's and everything in it. And I believe that with all my heart, mind, soul, and strength. I used to not believe that. See, I used to be an atheist. I used to hate Christians. I used to mock Christianity. I used to mock Jesus' words. I hated his words. But one day I was confronted in the depths of my soul with his words. And I started listening. Jesus Christ is the one who said, "In the beginning, God made them male and female." You'll have to give an account to him, and I hope you'll listen. Thank you, members. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Closing remarks, Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you for this great discussion. Rep. Swinsky, I think I have to disagree with you. You had said that everybody here believes in reality, but I don't think we do. There are two sexes. There are men and there are women. There are boys and there are girls. Some of our little boys like to play with dolls, and some of our little girls like to play with trucks, and that's okay. That doesn't make a little girl a boy, and that doesn't make a little boy a girl. That's okay. There are varying degrees of femininity and masculinity, and that's okay. Most of the time, when puberty hits, children grow out of that. But something that is absolutely undeniable is our sex. You have an XX or an XY. You are born male or you are born female. If we can start making things up, if we can start pretending reality isn't reality, where does this stop? Where does this end? Nothing is truth. I am so thankful that we got to finally hear that, yes, that's what we're trying to do. We are trying to let trans women be in protected spaces for women. We are trying to let trans girls be in protected spaces for our daughters. Thank you for sharing that. Because I was always going to fight against this, but now I will fight against this with everything I have. I will do everything I can to protect my daughters, to protect your daughters, and to protect every single little girl in Minnesota. Members, vote green.
The clerk will take the roll. Will the clerk please call the names of the members participating remotely?
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Newton.
Newton, no.
Newton, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Back to the underlying amendment, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hello, everyone. That was a lot. I'm going to ask you to vote no on the amendment. I'm just going to say a few things about the conversation that we're having. I think it's important for us to just have a few level sets because I don't know what's going on. So I just want to say that it has been over 50 years since the first professional sporting event in the United States in which trans people participated and competed against cis people. American sports survived, right? We still have professional sports. It has the reason that states are trying to ban people from using the bathroom is because we have always used the bathroom. And nothing has ever happened. I share a restroom with you. I go in there, sometimes you're in there. That has happened forever. Forever. We've been hearing an awful lot of Bible tonight. So I also just want to say, I do not deny or have any problem whatsoever with the religious beliefs that have been expressed here. But I do love, some of my favorite Bible verses are these Leviticus Bible verses about gender and gender identity and what you should not do. And I don't think those are my favorite Bible verses because they tell me that I am wrong. But they tell me that 4,000 years ago, this debate was happening. There were queer people. And there were people who said, you should not dress the way you dress. But we did anyways. And then it's 4,000 years later, we're having the same conversation. The same verses are being quoted. The same queer people are here saying, we're just trying to live our lives. You believe what you want to believe. It makes no difference. It makes no difference to me. This bill has nothing to do with your religious beliefs. We are talking about the law. We are talking about trans people very explicitly now. Very explicitly, you have made the ERA a bill about trans people. I was so grateful to have inclusion in the broader ERA for our community. It's just one piece of this bill, and it says trans people should be treated equally before the law. And we know now, you keep saying that we have made bare. I have always stood here and said trans women are women. I am a woman, I am not a good athlete. I have never played sports well. But, we heard Representative Keel talk about, there must not be trans boys playing in the sports because no one seems to care about that. And it's evidence that this is something y'all just don't know. This has Minnesota has been leading in trans participation in sports for more than a decade. In the last 10 years, we have had more trans people playing sports than any state. We have also seen the highest rise in cisgender girls' participation in youth sports of any state. Inclusion is not a threat. Inclusion is not a danger. I don't know why we have to pretend like the world falls apart if trans people live and participate in the world, but it simply doesn't. Instead, when you exclude us, you put us at risk. You put our lives at risk. Literally murder, literally assault. You would have me in the men's room. You would put me into positions of such great danger because of an illusion, a threat that is not real. The threat that you perceive is not real. The data has made this clear. Trans girls and trans boys and non-binary people and two-spirit and intersex people have been living through all time, intermingled. You just didn't know that we were there. That's what's happening. 5 years ago, North Carolina decided that they didn't want to have trans people using the bathroom. That was it. We had been using the bathroom for all time. We had been playing sports for all time. I'm excited to see your advocacy for completely jacked trans men with mustaches and beards who are crushing sports return to playing for the girls' teams. I have never heard anyone advocate for that. I've never heard anyone say that our non-binary people should be able to play on the teams of their choice because you don't care about the issue. There is a political value to what is being done. You should believe whatever you want to believe about me and my community. I couldn't care less. Before I got into this body, after I was elected, I gave an interview and I said, I do not defend my own existence. I'm not doing that here now. Trans women are women. But if you want to pretend like the sudden appearance of trans people in your world is the new threat that's going to literally destroy, look at what you're saying, literally destroy reality, look at how much power you're giving us. We don't want that power. We don't want to be the threat you presume. We just want to live our lives. Kids play sports because they like social inclusion. Why do you want to take that away from trans kids? Kids play sports because they learn how to belong to their community. They learn about teamwork. So you don't want trans kids to have that? What do you want trans girls to do? Because there are trans girls. What do you want them to do? You want to put them into positions of extreme danger? Is that what we want? No, that is not what the people of Minnesota want. It is not what the people of the United States want. The things that have been said on this floor, aside from being incredibly, incredibly cruel, they are dangerous. They're dangerous to our communities. They are dangerous to non-binary people who are completely erased from this conversation. They are dangerous to trans boys who are completely ignored in every conversation about trans people. And they are dangerous to trans women, especially trans women of color. So you want to talk about trans people's inclusion in sports? I'm totally here to do that. I can show you the list of 500 professional athletes, professional women athletes who are advocating for elite sport inclusion of trans women. Cheryl Reeve, our Great Links coach, was just talking about this. It is not a simple little thing about reality versus non-reality. Trans people have always been here. Read your Bibles. We're not new. We're not going anywhere. We've always existed. We always will exist. Just stop pretending like we are the great risk, the great threat to the world. We're not. We're just people trying to live our lives in peace. Vote no on this. And let's move on with our lives.
The member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to start out and I'm going to date myself here, but I remember in elementary school we used to play kickball in the gym. And kickball, when it was the boys and the girls, we all played together. Kickball is a game where you had two sides, and we would pick teams, and we'd have captains, and first they'd pick you always pick the boys first, and then they picked then it was all the boys, and then they'd take turns, and then eventually they picked the girls, the strongest of the girls, and then the weakest of the girls. But, it was tough as a girl, and I was one of the stronger girls, frankly, and it was tough as a girl to compete with the boys. But we did. In elementary school, we had to compete with the boys. And I remember the feeling there of, that I was one of the weaker people on the team, physically weaker, even though I was one of the stronger girls at the time. And that isn't a good thing for a girl to feel that way. And it's much better, I can tell you, when you got a little older and you were actually playing with just girls, right? That's much better. This is about protecting our daughters. This is about protecting women. We have come a long way in the last 50, 60 years as a sex. We've come a long way. We've gotten, I've always felt equal, and maybe I was just lucky. I had parents who always treated, my mother was always equal. In fact, she's a tough woman. But I always felt that I was equal to all men, at least in what I could accomplish. But one thing I certainly wasn't equal to is in my physical stature, my strength. Going back to the kickball analogy, I've always told my husband, men are there to put things on the top shelf and carry things, right? Lift things, so thank you. But it's true. It's absolutely true. And I feel like we're going completely backwards, where it's oppressive. This is something that's oppressive to women. When biological men re-invade our spaces, our safe spaces, they invade our sports. That is oppressive to women and to girls. And it's wrong. And we are, learning throughout this debate that this ERA amendment has nothing to do with women. It has nothing to do with women's rights or anything. This actually has to do with issues of and other things, trans issues, frankly, in many cases. And I feel like that's just an awful, awful thing for women, because this is taking away our rights as women. It's taking away our safe spaces. It's taking away our ability to compete in athletics. And it's wrong. It's oppressive. It's oppressive to women. It's oppressive to girls. And so any kind of support, or if you don't support this amendment, I think it's just bringing back that dominance of the male gender. So I ask us to support this amendment. Let's make it clear that this is not about men taking over our spaces, men taking over through their physical stature, dominating our sports, because that is what the effect of this constitutional amendment would be. I also want to say one more thing. Representative New Brindley said that she very much believes that this will fail at the ballot box, I completely agree with her. I was around when the gay marriage amendment was put out by the Republican majorities back in 2012. And I wasn't in office at the time, but I actually wrote an editorial. It's in the St. Paul paper, and I was a Republican National Committee woman at the time, and in favor of gay marriage before that debate. And so that's, you know, that's where I come from on this. And that was, over a decade ago. But they overstepped. Republicans overstepped, and they lost the majorities because of that. This ERA amendment, the way it's drafted, is a huge overstep. It's huge, and it will fail at the ballot box, and I'll be happy to help make that happen. Thank you.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 1975, I was entering my senior year in high school, Mound Westonka High School, to be exact. And I remember a few weeks before school started, just this rumbling going amongst all the girls in the high school, all of us seniors especially, because we were starting for the very first time a girls' basketball team. Never had one before that. And boy, were we girls, that doesn't even make sense, wow, were we girls excited. We had our own basketball team, and I joined that team, and I loved it. I had a blast. I also about destroyed my knee with an injury, and that's why I go limping around here sometimes. But it was so fun to have our own team. And when I look at the girls nowadays playing sports, basketball in particular, because I love that sport, I'm like, wow, are they good? I was so bad, and so were all of us when we started out. We hadn't really played before. Compare us to the boys, we would have been crushed. But we had our own team because our female bodies are structurally different than male bodies. And that's why we all know that we have separate sports for men and women and for boys and girls. When kids are really little, it doesn't matter as much, but you hit that certain age point, and it really does matter. And my concern is for all the girls and women who fought so hard for their equal rights. And I will always stand up for women and girls' equal rights. They fought so hard for that, so that female bodies could compete against female bodies, and male bodies can compete against male bodies. And men and boys have rights too. So I do not want to see that lost, because I remember when that started, and I didn't have those opportunities before that. So we need to continue to separate those physical bodies so that girls and women can continue in their sports, can win awards, can win championships, can win scholarships, because girls deserve that just as much as boys deserve that. And I understand the feelings involved in this. I get that. It's a tough situation. I don't know how you fix this, except I know that the reality is men's bodies, women's bodies, girls, boys are structurally different. And when it comes to sports, when it comes to changing rooms and locker rooms, those differences are very evident. And we need to have equality for women and girls in sports. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in support of the Gimlin Amendment, and I honestly don't think it goes far enough. It says that nothing in this section shall be construed to prevent the restriction of membership on athletic teams or athletic programs. And I think that's a really good start, but I don't think we should be limiting it, that we need to protect women-only teams for sports. We need to protect girl-only teams for sports or boys-only. We also need to protect locker rooms, bathrooms, domestic violence shelters, prisons. There are reasons, members, why there is discrimination that's permitted based on sex. And it's not to harm women, it's to protect women. No less an advocate than Ruth Bader Ginsburg said that any statute that denies women simply because they are women full citizenship stature, such as equal opportunity to aspire, achieve, participate in, and contribute to society, violates the Equal Protection Clause. Title IX allows discrimination based on sex in public education, for sports, bathrooms, locker rooms, sex education, and other provisions, because the law currently recognizes that some segregation is necessary, a necessary component of female participation in education and athletics, in line with Justice Ginsburg's thinking. It's a pathway, as someone said. This is interesting. This is not where I found this article was not in a conservative journal. It's, what's it called? Women's Liberation Front. So they're advocating for continued opportunities for women that requires some segregation or discrimination based on sex. We just had an interesting discussion about the definition of sex. And way early on, when we started this debate early in the morning, the author had said, you know, there's a lot of these definitions, we can just look them up. And so earlier in the day, I did look up what's the definition of sex. I found many definitions, but they're defined. The Webster definition is either of the two major forms of individuals that occur in many species and that are distinguished respectively as female or male, especially on the basis of their reproductive organs and structures. Members, there is legitimate reasons to discriminate based on sex and have separate facilities based on sex. And not only was it Ruth Bader Ginsburg, former Senator Hillary Clinton authored a provision in the No Child Left Behind Act to ensure that public schools would still be allowed to have single-sex education facilities as long as they were voluntary and of equal quality, because she recognized that some girls do better in a single-sex setting. And she supported that. This is not just a conservative idea. There's a lot of people who understand that there are real differences between men and women, and that for women to flourish, they need to have those spaces protected. So I want to end my remarks on a little story about my family. I'm the very proud mom. If you know me, you know I talk about my daughters. I have 3 beautiful, now young adult daughters. All of them played soccer. All of them were athletic. I am not, so it's a whole new world to me. But 2 of my daughters played soccer, and 2 of them, all 3 played soccer. 2 of the 3 got concussions. One got a concussion in a game, and you know, it was pretty significant, and she was out for a few months. The other daughter got a concussion playing soccer in a pickup game where it was just after school with boys and girls, high school age, and she had a severe concussion. Her eyes jiggled like this. She couldn't hold her focus at all. She had to do a year of occupational therapy, of vision therapy, of a million things. And it changed her life. She was a very good gymnast. Soccer wasn't her main sport. She still cannot do a cartwheel anymore, and she used to be a very good gymnast because of the dislocation of the stuff in her ears for the crystals. She gets too dizzy. She has continued trouble with motion sickness. She has a lot of issues tied to this concussion all these years later because she was kicked in the head with a soccer ball by a high school boy instead of a high school girl. It really hurt her physically in a way that my other daughter, who also suffered a concussion in soccer, was injured, but not as severely and not with the long-lasting implications. So members, I know we gotta extend our time here, so I'm gonna wrap it up, but I just want you to know that this is not protecting women's spaces in athletics, in bathrooms, in locker rooms, in education is important. And if we do not do that, we are hurting women and girls. So I hope that you will vote to support the Gilman Amendment.
Majority Leader Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that we waive Rule 1.50 to allow the House to meet past midnight.
All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. The motion prevails. The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a lot to unpack here, members. Regarding some of the comments that we heard here regarding Leviticus, members, the verse that the representative was alluding to was actually a verse in Deuteronomy 22.5, and I would suggest reading that verse and learning why that verse was in place instead of perverting the Bible, because it had nothing to do with what the representative said it did. Instead, it had to deal with heathen religions. That's what it had to deal with. And I could give you a whole history lesson during that time, but I won't belabor the point on that. But if you're going to quote the Bible and you're going to tell stories, at least get it accurate, okay? Thank you. Let's see here. There was another one. You have made this a bill about trans. You have made this bill about trans. We heard that. In fact, actually, the representative made a post on social media where if Republicans are conditioning themselves for a bonding bill by denying civil rights to trans Minnesotans, then we won't have a bonding bill. So I'm starting to think that maybe this bill actually is about trans. We see you, yes, or you don't feel seen. We see you, we hear you. You just want to live, we just want to live our lives. You know what? We want to live our lives too. Our daughters want the same opportunities that we did. They want to live their lives. However, this amendment is about feelings. It's about using legislation in our Constitution to force a belief system upon the masses. And if you do not believe in that belief system, there will be repercussions. There will be penalties. And quite honestly, this bill, I'm supporting the amendment here, the Representative Gilman amendment. I'll tell you what, members. If this amendment is not adopted, you will literally be erasing the work that Representative Phyllis Kahn fought for in this body. You will literally be erasing and replacing the Kahn Act, which was the equal opportunity in athletics. It provided for equal opportunity in athletic teams and spelled out when single-sex teams are acceptable. It was in 1975, the Human Rights Act was amended to ensure a pathway of equal athletic opportunities for boys and girls. Minnesota law permitted athletic team membership to be restricted to one sex if necessary to provide both sexes with an equal opportunity to participate. Tax-funded entities such as public schools, colleges, and city recreation programs are required to follow these regulations. The law also says that if two separate teams are provided in the same sport, then they must be treated in a substantially equal manner, including budget allocations. Gate receipts, gifts, and funds raised by booster clubs are exempt from the bill, but Representative Phyllis Kahn was a leader in introducing this legislation, and the state law strengthened the federal Title X or Title IX regulations that were declared by the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Members, I have a copy of that bill right here in my hands. The bill that was approved January 4th, 1975. Section 1, Minnesota Statutes 1974, Chapter 126 is amended by adding a section to read as follows: discrimination, athletics, equal opportunity, notwithstanding any other state law to the contrary, in athletic programs operated by educational institutions or public services and designed for participants 12 years old or older in the 7th grade or above. It is not an unfair, discriminatory practice to restrict membership on an athletic team to participants of one sex, if this restriction is necessary to provide members of each sex with an equal opportunity to participate in the athletic program, provided if a membership restriction on the basis of sex results in the operation of two teams in the same sport which are separated or substantially separated according to sex. Members, not adopting this amendment erases all of that and replaces women with men competing on that same team. The New York Times, April 23rd, 2024. New study bolsters idea of athletic differences between men and trans women. You know what the study's most important finding was? Was that given I can't remember. At any rate, the study showed that men, biological men, have an unfair advantage. And it hurts women when they're competing for scholarships for college. Transgender track runner wins 2 women's events in which race times would have been last place among men. This runner, transgender, won 3 women's events. Both times would have been last in the men's races at the meet, but they were school records in the women's category according to the site that lists the results of the meet. Honestly, members, is this really acceptable? And men, aren't you going to stand up for your girls, for the women? Where are the men today standing up for women? It's absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe that this is 2024. And we are having a debate on the House floor about allowing men to compete against women and allowing those men to take opportunities away from women, from girls. Just the other day, I had a school visit, and I met them out on the Capitol lawn. And I was talking to the class about this amendment that we were eventually going to debate. And as I was explaining to these girls, these young girls, that if this amendment were to pass, Democrats would want men showering in the locker room, men competing in sports, men taking scholarship opportunities from them. And these little girls' faces were aghast. They were crushed. It really broke my heart to see that on their faces. But that is the reality. That is the reality. Planet Fitness. I'm sure many of you have been paying attention to Planet Fitness. They started allowing men to go into women's locker rooms. You know what happened? Membership plummeted. Members, let's not let militant trans activism change the work and undo the work that Representative Phyllis Kahn fought for and passed into law. Let's save the Kahn Act. Let's save women's sports. Let's save women's opportunity. Members, vote yes.
The member for Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Members, I just wanted to remind folks of how we got here with Title IX and why we're even able to have this conversation. And I ran through this, I don't remember, sometime in past years, but Patsy Mink was she was a congresswoman from Hawaii. And she fought tooth and nail to even get to Congress. She was on the scene when Hawaii became a state, and she tried to get on the state legislature. The Good Old Boys Club kind of pushed her out of that. Then she ran for Congress. They pushed her out of that. She finally did get to Congress. And when she did, she became this huge advocate for Title IX. And I just want to read the language of Title IX that passed in 1972. No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. That's what she worked hard to achieve. And in fact, after her death, the Title IX law was renamed the Patsy T. Mink Equal Opportunity in Education Act. And thank you, Representative Gilman, that you want to protect Title IX, and that's on the national level, and on the state level, the con law that Phyllis fought for. Members, this is really common sense. It's really common sense. We've already established that. But I started thinking, how would this practically work out? We know how it would work out in schools and those sorts of things. But I started thinking, we have the Twin Cities Marathon here in the Twin Cities. And in fact, they end here on the Capitol grounds. And I started thinking, if this amendment, if House File 37 or Senate File 37 should become law, would there have to be separate categories? There would no longer be able to be separate categories for men, women. And because age is not here, you couldn't have separate categories for ages either. Would the bill's author, Representative Hurd, yield to a question, Madam Chair?
She will. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Herr, your understanding of the reading of Senate File 37, the example that I gave there of the Twin Cities Marathon, would they be in violation of this law if they got rid of categories for male and female runners and also break it down into categories according to age?
Representative Herr.
Madam Speaker, Representative Scott, again, I'm not going to be answering hypothetical questions here. I don't know why the Twin Cities Marathon would do that, so if they did, you probably have to ask them.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, as I read it, I think that it would. For the purposes of this section, state means the state or any agency or political subdivision of the state. So I'm guessing that if someone came along that was a trans person and they didn't fall into a certain category, those categories weren't okay with them, they could sue the Twin Cities Marathon for having categories that were broken down according to sex, to biological sex. That would be my reading and understanding of this. Members, this is, sometimes I kind of have to pinch myself that we're here debating these things. Our eyes do not deceive us. You know, we've been accused on this side of the aisle of being science deniers, and yet we're debating this very basic, yes, there are males, and yes, there are females, born that way, biological makeup, the whole 9 yards. I sometimes I wonder what we're doing here. But members, this is so common sense. People have fought hard. Women before us have fought hard for the things, for the separate categories so we can have our own sports teams. I would have got clobbered in basketball by guys. Clobbered. So members, please support the Gilman Amendment.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, let's try to clear the air on a couple of points. It was stated earlier, there was a statement to the effect of, we're just trying to live our lives. And the object of the we in that statement was the trans community. We're just trying to live our lives. Well, that statement, in the context of what we're doing here today, debating this amendment, has to be interpreted through the impact, through the effect of the language of the underlying bill. This bill does not affect just trying to live your lives. This is not a live and let live bill. And that's demonstrated, that is played out in the back and forth of the debate tonight. It's already been established what the effect of this amendment, if ratified, would be. And it's the imposition upon conscience, the insistence that what you claim must be accepted as truth by people who fundamentally do not believe it. Your claim that goes against sincerely held beliefs that are not merely religious, but are rooted in basic biological scientific facts that we need to step aside. And in the case of this amendment, very specifically, women need to step aside, biological women need to step aside in order to make space for you. And what that demonstrates is that we're really dealing with two wholly irreconcilable claims. There is no way to reconcile these two ideas, which, by the way, is one of the fundamental technical flaws of this amendment. The concept of sex and the concept of gender identity are fundamentally unreconcilable. They cancel each other out. They are matter and antimatter. They are truth and anti-truth. They cannot coexist in the brain at the same time and result in any sort of rational behavior or thought. And so somebody is going to have to surrender. One person or the other, one group or the other is going to have to give ground because these two ideas cannot coexist. And what I'm hearing here tonight is that women are the ones who are going to have to give ground. They're the ones who are going to have to surrender. They're going to have to surrender their spaces. They're going to have to surrender their locker rooms. They're going to have to surrender their restrooms. They're going to have to surrender their sports. They're going to have to surrender their competitive categories in order to make way for your claim on their conscience. Now, I don't have a problem with contending and battling between irreconcilable views, irreconcilable claims. That's what the marketplace of ideas is supposed to affect. But there does need to be an objective arbiter of which claim prevails. And we have not been offered anything along those lines tonight. You know what we've been offered instead in debate on this amendment? You guys are cruel. You guys are mean. Because we say basic, truthful, factual statements about biological sex. Now, because that claim has no weight, that has no merit, that's not an argument, obviously. So you try to give it more weight through the use of emotional blackmail. You're putting us in danger. Danger. There's no danger when a man is in a private space with a woman, a locker room, a restroom. There's no danger when a man is on a sports field, a field of competitive sports with a woman. There's no danger there. Objectively, there is. And so, again, what you're saying is that your claim of danger supersedes women's claim of danger. And they need to surrender, they need to subordinate, they need to get over it. Women have been told in this conversation, in this discussion, in this debate outside these walls, that they need to see a therapist so that they can adjust. Riley Gaines has talked about that, about how when they tried to impose men in her spaces and in her sport, she was told she needs to seek professional help. And again, what that demonstrates is this is an irreconcilable claim. One person or the other needs to seek professional help, right? Whoever's in the wrong needs to seek professional help. Whoever's out of sync with reality needs to seek professional help. And what this amendment says is that under the law, we're going to say it's women, it's biological women, it's Christians, it's Jews, it's Muslims. It's anybody who is secular and just doesn't believe that a man can be a woman and a woman can be a man. They need to get help so that they can reconcile, so that they can figure out some way to shut down their perception of reality and get on board. I, for one, am sick of the emotional blackmail, and I'm not going to succumb to it. I'm not going to back down and allow women to be placed in dangerous situations because you claim that you feel unsafe by abiding by the natural order. Traditional categories, scientific reality. That is not my burden to bear. It is not these women's burden to bear. Somebody has to bear the burden of aligning their perspective with the truth. Somebody does. And what you're demanding, and it is a demand, don't tell me live and let live. Don't tell me I'm just trying to live my life. The underlying amendment to the state constitution demands that the rest of us yield. And it's going to be enforced by law, the highest law of the land. This is not a live and let live scenario. You know what? I would believe you. I would believe you that you want to live and let live if you had accepted the Dameth Amendment. Because that said all persons are equal. That wasn't good enough for you. And I get it. It isn't good enough for you. Because under a legal structure where all people actually do have equal rights, you can't impose your worldview on everyone else. You have to do this in order to have the authority to impose yourself on everyone else.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, I can't see who's standing. Representative Curran, please state your point of order.
Mason Section 120, equality of members in debate. The language used by members during a debate should be temperate, decorous, and respectful. And with regard to the House of Representatives' policy against discrimination and harassment, that does seek to is committed to creating and maintaining a work environment free from discrimination and harassment in order to create a respectful work environment. The language being used is clearly against our harassment policy, and I ask you to find my point of order well taken.
Members, we got
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Hold on just a second, Representative Engen. It is 12:22. We're trying to get towards adjournment here and come back tomorrow and have some more discussion. It's getting late. If we can just really focus on the language in the bill and try to wrap it up, we could take a break and come back and go at this when everybody's had some sleep. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Curran, for making my point. I'm speaking to the underlying language of this bill and its effect. I'm speaking to the effect that the ratification of this amendment will have on law and on the actual lives of millions of Minnesotans. And how is it characterized? Harassment. It's harassment to say what I believe. Get used to it, Minnesota. That's what's coming. When this is ratified, anytime you speak your mind, anytime you say what you believe sincerely, anytime you repeat the doctrine of your scripture, or just notice basic reality, you're going to be subject to harassment claims. I invite the ethics hearing. It'll be a lot of fun. Ethics, harassment, for arguing to the underlying effect of the bill that you brought. You brought this. We were accused earlier of we made this about trans people. You put it in the language. It's astounding that we have to put this much energy into defending the most fundamental reality, the first thing that men and women knew about each other. We got to put this much effort into defending it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Nobles, Representative Fogelman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to share a little bit about myself. My husband and I have raised a son and a daughter. They both grew up in the same household, but very different levels of skill. When my son was little, we put him in hockey. And when my daughter got a little older, we put her in hockey. Two completely different skill levels. When my daughter was little, she was very good at hockey. She was like the top scorer, when she was little. My son, as they grew in their skill levels, he got very fast, very agile, and was a really good hockey player. He wasn't professional level, but he was good for him. And my daughter was also very good for the girls' team. For some reasons that aren't important to this discussion, she had to play with the boys for a year before she went on the varsity hockey team. And when she got checked by a boy, because that's how the boys play, she got a concussion. She kept going on. She's a trooper. She's a hard player, but I would not have wanted her to compete in the varsity team. My son either. I would not want a girl playing on the varsity team that wasn't my daughter, and I wouldn't want a boy playing on the varsity team with the girls. It's two completely different things. And that's why I wish you would have taken the Knutson amendment to the amendment that clarifies that sex refers to biological sex assigned at birth. Boys are different than girls, and girls are different from boys. And what is wrong with saying that? Nothing. What is wrong with expecting a girl to compete with girls and a boy to compete with boys? Why do you want to erase that? Girls work hard to be in sports, and they want to be competitive. They don't want to be competing against a boy that's bigger, stronger, and faster. I don't know if anybody's watched a hockey game here. I love the Wild, that's no secret. Men are faster than women. It's just the way it is. If you go watch a professional girls hockey team or a professional men's hockey team, it is two completely different skill sets. That doesn't take away anything from the women, and it doesn't take anything away from the men. It just means they're different. And they should not be punished for that. We need to protect the men in this part of things, and we need to protect the women. And we should look at that as a positive thing, not a negative one. So thank you, Representative Gilman, for bringing forward this amendment. We need to protect our girls in sports, and we need to protect our boys in sports. Thank you.
The member from Sibley, Representative Harder.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And I too also support this amendment. And we do need to protect women-only spaces. Do you remember in your younger years you used to have track and field days? And the boys and the girls ran together. Okay, I'm just gonna say, I beat the boys. I have proof, I have ribbons. And as you grow older, you do go on to what's called co-ed sports. Boys and the girls play together, you learn skills. For me, I became a better player in whatever that I was doing. But I do support this amendment. So if we go back to this amendment, and it talks about nothing in this section shall be construed to prevent the restriction of membership on an athletic team or an athletic program or event of one sex if the restriction is appropriate or necessary. And the reason why I support this is because, like as for myself, as I grew older and you become better at a sport, then I should have the competition with the fellow girls that are on the team. It just makes common sense. And women shouldn't have to potentially suffer discriminatory consequences or forced to have competition with males. It just diminishes the opportunity to develop confidence, endurance, competition amongst the same sex. And again, I'm going to go back to when I was young, because I want to pat myself on the back, is that I did beat the boys. It was a lot of fun. And in fact, in high school, when they tried to, run the competition along, they would run the boys and the girls together. I was pretty good at the mile. And anyway, and then they would run different grades together. And I can tell you that the boys that were older than me or equal to my age, well, they beat me. But the younger ones, like the 6th, 7th, 8th graders, okay, well, I left them in the dust. But anyway, I do support this amendment and hope that you will too. Thank you.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members,
I just want to address a few things that were said today. First of all, I just want to address the fact that we Republicans are somehow making this unequal rights amendment about trans people. Well, we're not the ones doing that. It's in the language on line 1.20. Sex is defined as gender identity or gender expression. That's not us. That's not us. But we are going to address the inherent problems with that when it comes to the hierarchy of protection that we are creating. And we were asked or told, do you want to put trans girls in danger? And I'll tell you, I do not. I absolutely do not want to put trans girls in danger, but I also don't want to put cis girls in danger. I also don't want to put cis girls in danger, and this amendment is specifically about sex-based differences in athletics and allowing membership on an athletic team or in an athletic program to participate on the basis of sex. That's what this amendment is about. So let's talk about why that matters. Let's talk about some recent events. There was a basketball game, Collegiate Charter School in Massachusetts versus Kip Academy. Girls basketball team, there was a trans woman player, a trans girl player on the opposing team. Multiple players were injured, and they eventually forced the charter school to forfeit because all of their players were being hurt. In 2022, North Carolina volleyball player suffered serious injury after a trans woman player spiked a ball at her head and rendered her unconscious. Unconscious. Last year, a cis woman athlete was injured by a trans woman opponent during a field hockey game when a ball she threw at her knocked her teeth out. Knocked her teeth out. So no, I don't want to put trans girls in danger, but I also don't want to put cis girls in danger. I want cis girls to have fair competition. I want them to continue to have the protections of Title IX. I want them to have the opportunity to succeed in elite athletics. I don't want to put them in danger. And we were told there's political value in making this about transgenderism. No, actually, there is actual value in protecting girls and women. There is actual value in protecting sex-based sports. It's not political value. It is actual value for our daughters and granddaughters. This is not made up political value. There's actual value. You want to talk about this threat that we only perceive? It's not real. The threat's not real. We only perceive it. Well, I don't know. Let's look at what happened in Central California Women's Prison, where a trans-identified inmate was transferred back to the men's prison after being charged with rape while in custody at the women's prison. Don't tell me that the threat we perceive is not real. How about Jane, who was in a domestic violence shelter and who had actually self-reported that she was fine with transgender people being in the facility because she had never had a negative experience. She was fine with it until this happened. Until she went back to her room one night and the transgender woman was standing in the hall outside of her room, completely naked, except for a bra that she was holding, and modeled her body full-length mirror near Jane's door. This male body was fully intact and not covering genitalia in any way. And this is what Jane said: I froze and never made direct eye contact. A part of me died. I went into my room and locked my door. I kept telling myself I had a door that locked. In my mind, I shut down. There was so much fear. Do not tell me that the threat we perceive is not real. We have a duty to protect women-bodied spaces. And when it comes to this particular amendment, ensuring that we can have sex-based sports, not only is it for physical safety, and I just gave a number of examples where this matters, it is real, it is not a perceived threat, it is real. But we're talking about membership on an athletic team or in an athletic program. And I would also say, when I think about Jane's story, I think about my 16-year-old daughter, my 18-year-old daughter. But my 18-year-old daughter's a little sassy. My 16-year-old daughter, her teachers describe her as an angel. She's about the sweetest, without guile, 16-year-old you can imagine. I know it's hard to imagine coming from me. But she really is an angel, and she is innocent, and she is sweet, and she does not need to see a penis in the locker room. She does not need to see male bodies in a locker room. She doesn't, and she shouldn't. She should not have to do that. We should not subjugate her rights and elevate transgender women's rights above her rights. That's what this is about. Let's vote yes on the Gilman Amendment. Let's provide a little more equality for women in this unequal rights amendment that we are trying to pass off this floor.
The member from Meeker, Representative Gilman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment, the A13, is an issue of justice for women and children. It allows the preservation of separate sports teams based on biological sex. One thing it would do is would ensure sports such as powerlifting competitions separated by biological sex could continue and not constitute discrimination as ruled by a Minnesota District Court. Clarifying the ERA does not constitutionalize males to colonize women and girls' sports. Republicans believe in equal rights for all. And tonight what we heard is the Democrat ERA does not provide for them. All means all. And I hear you and see you, and it's very discouraging to hear things tonight that we've heard, and we will have more conversations another day about this. I am very passionate about this, and I'm curious to know how many girls have to lose titles, lose their spot on the team for girls' rights to be significant. One girl harmed by males taking over is one too many. Please vote for the A13.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Members, please vote. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Acom. Carroll.
Carol, aye.
Carroll, aye.
No, we're voting no.
Newton.
Carol, no.
Carroll changes from aye to nay. Newton.
Newton, no.
Newton, no. Acom.
Acom votes no.
Acom, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, after 7 hours of debate, I move that Senate file number 37 be laid on the table.
Representative Long moves that Senate File 37 be laid on the table. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The bill is laid on the table. Motions and resolutions. There's copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail.
Long moves that Senate file number 4027, now on the general register, be re-referred to the Committee on Ways and Means.
Representative Long.
That is my motion, Madam Speaker.
Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Saturday, May 18th, 2024.
Representative Long moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Saturday, May 18th, 2024. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Long.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Long moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Saturday, May 18th, 2024.